We're going to start with Senate Bill 322. Senator Pro, welcome to Judiciary. I think it's your first time. We'll be gentle. There you go. Thank you, Senator. Go
Well,
ahead.
good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I believe it is my first time over here in Judiciary. I'm usually hanging out over in Energy and Finance, but I'm happy to be here today. I am here today to, for the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl from District 17, my hometown of Loudon, and 11 other great communities in New Hampshire. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 322, which is relative to the license to carry. So pretty simply what this bill does is back in 2017, the legislature put forth the constitutional carry provision, which no longer required a citizen in New Hampshire to have a permit to do a concealed carry. But we did leave in place the pistol revolver license, the permit, the PRL, in order so that people could get that if they wanted that for the purposes of reciprocity. So if they wanted to carry concealed and there's a number of other states that we share reciprocity with, so that you can use your New Hampshire license to carry in those states. So concern was raised by some of the chiefs here in the state that they weren't comfortable in signing these permits for reasons that they had, could be something that whatever their reason was for the person that was applying. They're only allowed to deny the permit if the applicant is prohibited by New Hampshire or federal statute from possessing. So they had to issue the permit, but they weren't comfortable signing it. So many of the chiefs, and the statute wasn't clear that they had to sign it. And so some of the chiefs were putting in, referring the RSA number instead of a signature. There was a court case that was generated from this, and this is why I'm here today, because it's one of my constituents that asked me to bring this bill because they brought this court case, they wanted their permit signed. So that it was very clear that when they were in other states and carrying, that they wouldn't run into a legal issue if they were trying to enjoy that reciprocity to pull out a permit and say, hey, I can carry legally, but if their permit's not signed, it certainly might not set well in another state. So what this bill does is simply clarifies it is the intent of the legislature that the permit shall be issued and signed. And that's basically what I've done. Now, to address the concerns by the chiefs, because I'm sympathetic that some of them may have, uncomfortable situations for reasons that they can explain if they want to, I've I'm bringing forward an amendment for you, and I believe you should have it, Amendment 2024-0057S. And I've worked with the Police Chiefs Association, and they're comfortable with this language. And all this simply does is it clarifies that in existing law, they have an immunity against them personally for doing their official duties of their office. So this will give them the assurance that when they sign that permit, as they will be required to when this passes, that they will make sure that it's clear that they have that immunity personally from doing that. So that's basically in a simple version what this bill looks to do. I do have Cheryl Dean is here with me today. She's the constituent that I put this bill in for, and I would ask that you bring her up next and let her explain her story, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have right now.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any questions? Go ahead, Senator.
Maybe your constituent can answer this, but is there a court decision that you want us to refer to?
There was a court decision, and I'll let Cheryl talk to that if she'd like to. Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll call up Cheryl Dean. Good afternoon, Ms. Dean. Welcome to Judiciary. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Couldn't be better. Whenever your name, address,
Oh,
little bit.
Cheryl Dean, Northwood, New Hampshire.
Thank you. And feel free to start your testimony.
Oh, okay. I had gotten my PRL back in, I think it was 2015. And at the time, it was before constitutional carry had passed. And I didn't have a problem with it. I'm not a prohibited person. It was signed. It was, like everybody else's. So it had expired. I think it was 2019. I went to redo it. And when I picked it up, it had no signature on it. So I questioned it. They told me they didn't do it anymore. So I contacted an attorney and had to go throughout the court procedure and try and get it signed. I'm a pistol instructor. I'm a range safety officer. So I have to show that on different occasions. And every time I show it, there's a blank spot where it says signature and everybody questions it. So I have the court case that I can, quickly email people so that they can see, why that occurred. So I'm just looking just to have my PRL completed so that I don't get questions all the time on it.
Okay, thank you. No questions, sir? Yes, go ahead, Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Could you share the court case with the committee?
The actual papers?
If you
I have
could.
one copy on me,
Sure, if you give it to our clerk.
and the judgment is on there, is the short one.
Thank you.
The judgment that the judge had said was because the RSA does not say that they have to sign it, that he's not legally bound to sign it. She says it's something that needs to be changed, which is why I'm here.
Gotcha. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to testify in SB 322? Seeing none, that ends the hearing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you back there. I apologize. I didn't see that you checked to speak, but maybe you did.
My name is Penny Dean.
Okay.
No relation to Cheryl
Okay.
Dean.
Very good.
And I at first speculated as to the need and why this was brought in. And I should tell people my name is Penny Dean. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire. I'm an attorney licensed in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, DC Circuit, all three of the federal courts, the U.S. Supreme Court. And I practice and have practiced for more than 20 years. I've lived in Concord since 1995. And I see what I call cute and disruptive chiefs all the time. And unfortunately, for years, I made a lot of money fighting for people who, quite frankly, the chief just didn't like. They were lawfully able to carry firearms, but the chief just didn't like them. Sometimes, in the case of Alexandria, they wouldn't even give the person a reason why. And believe it or not, I ended up losing ultimately the case. It was in the old discretionary days, but the court still gave us fees and costs for the chief's refusal to give us a reason why the license had been denied, a basic reason. And so when I first read this bill, I thought, I'm going to bet you a nickel that some chief, being a smart aleck, not liking constitutional carry, doesn't say I have to sign it. And when a person goes to apply for licenses from other states, which I do and many people do, I can tell you that the other states scrutinize your license to carry because New Hampshire's license to carry physically appears very differently than that from other states. And so they scrutinize it all the time. I've had people call me and say, you didn't give us a copy of the backside. I said, I did, but the backside is blank. You can see the photocopy. And so a lot of people aren't able to articulate things like that as well as I am, and they get frustrated and scared and maybe get accused of doing something untoward. And so this is unfortunate, really unfortunate, but I absolutely think it's necessary as this lawsuit goes, because as a court's going to say, the law doesn't say he has to. And so it basically negates the value of a license to carry because most of us travel. New Hampshire is physically a small state. It's not unusual that people travel to work in Massachusetts or other states. And it's going to be very difficult without a chief's signature on there to get a license to carry with reciprocity in another state. And so I think this is just a just and fair and needed thing. As to the amendment, I'm not speaking about the amendment if I support or oppose this amendment. I was just aware of the amendment when the senator was speaking. I've not seen that amendment. And so that's kind of another bone I want to make respectfully to all the committee members. And I think it's something that all of us who prepare our testimony, who read the bills in advance, sometimes do research, we come prepared to testify. And then someone says, oh, and we have an amendment right there when they're introducing a bill. And that doesn't give you an opportunity to think about that amendment. it certainly, I was sitting in the very back row. I couldn't hear every word of the amendment, so I couldn't hear it. I don't know the completeness of the amendment. So I really respectfully say that when there's an amendment and the sponsor knows that it should be put out back with everything else so that we at least have 5 minutes to look at it and make intelligent comments, because those of us who take our day off work, I'm like a lot of people not getting paid. I get paid by the hour. I've taken the day off work to come here and put in my 2 cents because I think it matters to citizens. It matters to my clients. And then I can't be as effective and helpful to you as I could be if I had that language. And so I respectfully ask that copies even be passed out now so that those of us, if we have further comment, can email them to the committee.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm missing everybody.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Attorney Dean, for taking my question. You mentioned that other states scrutinize your licenses very carefully, and I'm just wondering if there is a standard assessment or review that other states assume that someone from New Hampshire carrying a license has undergone.
If there is a standard, I'm not aware of it. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm saying I'm not aware of it. But I can tell you that just common sense, a person looks at the document and says, okay, is it expired? Does the person's name and address on the document match the name and address on the application? Who signed and issued this license? Oh, there's no signature. That's going to make them, meaning the other licensee, think that, is this person trying to fabricate something here? Is this a mistaken, there's just a million questions they're going to have, and it's going to slow up the process. And I can tell you as a person who holds licenses from many other states, that process sometimes takes months and months and months. And then they don't tell you until they've had your application for 3 months or 4 months, oh, there's this problem here, and then the process starts over again. So it's very troubling, especially if, when you're traveling, if I plan travel for an area that I don't have a license, I start applying for those licenses because if I have a rule, Mr. Glock's coming with me, legally coming with me, so that means you have to plan and get licenses if you don't have them in those particular states well in advance.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question for this witness, but I would be interested. I see Beth Sargent's here. I'm not clear still the concerns with signing, not signing. So if we would want to invite
Sure.
the Chiefs Association, I would appreciate it.
Okay. We're all set. Thank you for your
Thank you, sir.
testimony. Ms. Sargent, are you guys prepared to come up? Will you come up? Thank you, Chief. Thanks for coming up. I know we're catching you on the spot here. It's always more fun that way.
Definitely did.
Good afternoon. Glenn Drolet, I am the police chief in Northwood. I've been in law enforcement for 24 years. Basically, how this all came about was that when the law was changed, that the chief could no longer consider somebody a suitable person, we didn't feel it was appropriate that we were forced to sign a document that we may have information that maybe isn't a federal or state disqualifier, but we know this person is not a suitable person. So we were forced to sign that document. And at that point, we decided, or I decided, and other chiefs did as well, that on that permit was type issued per RSA. I'm sorry, I don't have the RSA off the top of my head, but the gun permit with and then dated and who it was issued by. Through that court case, the judge ruled correct. He doesn't have to sign it, but his name should be on it. So I added my name on it as well, and that was typed in. I just feel that if we're forced to sign this permit, I can't take in consideration of who this person is. Maybe they've never convicted of domestic violence, but I know there have been cases of domestic violence with this person. So if I can't decide that this person is a suitable person, then if the law is telling me I need to approve it, then I think that should be on the permit. That was the rationale of that decision.
Follow up.
Thank you. That clears it up. I wasn't, the bill sponsor sort of made this looked like it was sort of a cleanup thing, but, and so I appreciate you coming up to clarify your concerns. Are your concerns sort of based on, as the chief of a community, like your knowledge, you know the people best in your community, you're responsible for keeping people safe. Is that the basis of your concern?
Correct. And I didn't want to be arbitrary by saying, well, you're a good guy, so I'll sign yours. I don't think you're qualified, so I'm not. I just made the blanket decision that will be issued per that RSA, because that's what the state is telling me I have to do. So I would hate for a situation to occur and that information come out that, geez, this person just was involved in a shooting, and they dig into his background and find out somehow that he has a concealed weapons permit and my name is on it, and now everyone's coming to me. That's great that I have immunity, that they can't sue me because I give. But it's not going to look good on the news that, well, this chief here gave him a pistol permit. Look what he did. Oh, look what he was involved in. That's my biggest concern. If the state is telling me that I have to issue this, I'll issue it, but I'm certainly not going to write my name on it saying that I'm vouching for this person in, for lack of better terms.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you both.
Thank you.
Jay, did I skip you, Jay Simkin? Hi, Mr. Simkin. How you doing today?
Good afternoon, sir, and may it please the members of the committee. I hadn't planned to testify, but the statement made by the previous witness moves me so to do. There is a problem that is widespread in the United States. It is what I describe as the privatization of public office. You may recall that there was a county clerk in Kentucky who declined to sign a marriage license for which the applicants were fully eligible because she disapproved of the celebrants who were same-sex. That county clerk had two choices: do according to the law or resign. It's digital. She chose to bring into her public office her personal views. That is an evil that has to be crushed. We have in this room a captain in the New Hampshire State Police. I have to imagine it would not occur to him to do such a thing. He will do according to the law, come what will, and cost what it will. So if a police chief thinks that someone shouldn't have a license to carry, deny the license. That's what the law requires. Don't play games by refusing to sign it. Deny it. The person is sufficiently aggrieved, they can go to court and let the court decide. If the court says the license should be issued, the chief has to sign the license. It's what the law requires. Because to play games with someone is in violation of this legislature's will. And that is impermissible. And it needs to be crushed hard. Because what it leads to is, in the case of the Kentucky celebrants, something that should have been a happy event, they had to litigate and spend a lot of money. I recall a news report of a few days ago that damages of something like $300,000 have been assessed against the contumacious county clerk. This is about rule of law. Senators and representatives here make the law. Those who are charged with carrying out have to do that, whether they like it personally or not. Rule of law is at the core of this great republic. We cannot have it compromised. Thank you. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have anyone else who wishes to testify on SB 322? Gone. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Sean Fife. I'm going to be a candidate for the next governor here in New Hampshire.
I didn't know who was coming up. Yeah, you weren't on the list. Can I start again where I already saw?
I signed a list back there.
Oh, we had a separate list then. I'm sorry, we had finished that one. Which bill are you on? I'm sorry.
I signed on all the bills.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Were you testifying on this bill?
All I want to say is, as far as my campaign goes, it's the same place I stand today. Shall not be infringed, period.
Thank you. Thanks. Senator Pearl, come on back down. So we're starting on SP 421 relative to felony criminal threatening. For your testimony.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Senator Howard Pearl from District 17. I am here today to introduce Senate Bill 421 relative to felony criminal threatening. So one of the interesting things that we get to experience as legislators is you go in to discuss one bill and you end up with a whole new piece of legislation or another topic that needs to end up in a piece of legislation. So when I went to visit with Chief Drolet about talking about the previous bill, he brought up an issue for consideration for this bill here of a situation that he explained to me that happened in his town. And through further conversation, it compelled me to file this bill on his behalf. So I'm going to really let him explain the bill and the situation to you that, that promulgated the need for this piece of legislation that you're seeing in front of you. But as you can see, it pretty simply adds to RSA 625.11 or uses an item that reasonably appears to the victim to be a deadly weapon. And so I'll let him explain the reasoning and the situation behind what happened in that situation.
Very good. Thanks, Senator.
You're very welcome.
Penny Dean. Sorry to make you run up and down.
No, that's okay. I need the exercise.
Me too.
Members of the committee, thank you for hearing me. I see this as a mixed bag, and I want everyone to just think about it. And I've been weighing it back and forth, and I think that's important because I think this can be read a couple of different ways. I think that we don't want every little thing to be enumerated in the law, because what it does in some cases, not in all cases, in some cases like this, it hamstrings both the courts and defendants. And I looked at this and I said, this can be used two different ways. Number one, it can be used to defend police officers who they later find out that a person didn't have one of the statutorily enumerated weapons in their hands. And that can be a good or a bad thing, depending on whether you have an honorable or dishonorable law enforcement officer. The second thing, and this is the thing that concerns me the most, I have seen the domestic violence statute weaponized and twisted beyond anything it should ever be. It was designed and intended with good intentions to protect women who are being abused. I say women, men are abused as well, and I should note that. But people who are being abused by a domestic partner. Unfortunately, what you see as a practical matter is it weaponized and used as a tactic in divorces or in separations. I have a case going right now, which is probably at some point going to be exhibit 1 of what's wrong with the system. Because what you have is there's no limit to the amount of pages that a domestic violence complainant can file when she files her domestic violence complaint. Sometimes those pages are 5 or 10 or even 15 pages long. They give you a 20-minute to a 30-minute hearing. There's no way on planet Earth that I can debunk each and every one of those complaints in 5 or 10 pages in 15 or 20 minutes. Cannot happen. So what I have to do as a practical matter, because I'm this dumb girl from the country, and I think about things in practical terms. I used to pull motors. What do you actually have to do to get to the Bendix or the starter? And I also think of courts in practical terms because people who have not litigated have no clue about what it takes. And here's what really, really concerns me, and I would like the committee to think about these things. In this particular most recent case I had, which is not atypical, there was, quote, only, I think, 4 or 5 pages of the complaint. And I say only in air quotes with sarcasm. So I have to debunk each and every one of those claims because if any one of those claims survives scrutiny, my client will have a domestic violence protective order for 1 year issued against him. That's a long time. But let me tell you what happens in many instances. So I have to waive his statutory rights to a timely hearing as a practical matter. Because I say to the court, look, I need an 8-hour hearing or a 6-hour hearing for this case. Look at the amount of things I have to debunk. And the court usually says to me, that's not happening. And I say, I've got one in Massachusetts. Our court date is in 2025. And no, I did not mistake it. A domestic violence complaint, in order to get the adequate time, so it's longer than the complaint would be. But in order to adequately defend my client, so he doesn't have a domestic on his record, we have to wait. In New Hampshire, I had to wait from August 19th till December 15th for a 1-hour hearing. A 1-hour hearing I was going through it and I'm going, I still cannot possibly defend this client and go through this in 1 hour. We got lucky in that and I say lucky, in that the complainant now realized that she was going to have to get on the stand and testify under oath to all of her lies. She withdrew her petition. But let me explain to you what happens to these people during that time frame. When a court issues a domestic violence order, and a lot of times you have women who are living in a house owned by a man, it was his house before they had a relationship, the man is ordered out of his own house. He is ordered not to change anything. So in my client's case, that means he has to continue paying her phone bill, the light bill, the heat bill, the cable bill. Every bill that he had been paying on her behalf has to still be paid, or it's considered a violation of the order, and he'll be arrested and go to jail. So you have tactics and authority that's off the chart, and these women know that. They go on the internet, they use all the buzzwords. And so I'm looking at this saying that they can now use anything that they claim that he could have had in his hands to be a deadly weapon and just weaponize the statute more. But the last balancing act that I'm thinking about is in a self-defense case. As a person who has my suppressors and other firearms powder coated by an applied finishes place, and I have them in Revlon number 18 pink because I happen to love pink. And nowadays they make firearms in every color under the rainbow. And one only needs to Google it. There's custom firearms galore and custom suppressors galore. And I look at them, and to some people, they may look like a toy or may look like something that's not truly a firearm. And so the course or uses an item that reasonably appears to the victim to be a deadly weapon. There's a variety of martial arts tools. So I really think that the committee has to think long and hard about this and see if it can be restricted in certain ways or see how this is going to be applied. And I wish I had a clear-cut answer, and that's why I put I'm still ambivalent. But I think this is one of the things to say that it's just one way or just the other, I think doesn't think through the whole range of implications of how this amendment is going to be used. And that's why I was really hoping to hear from the sponsor some more specifics. And again, unfortunately, I'm in the back of the room. Maybe I need a hearing aid, or maybe this mic needs to be turned up. But I couldn't hear all the reasoning, because what's the reasoning and how do they expect it to be used? Because I have found when something's ambiguous, courts look to legislative history. And I would respectfully say that creating legislative history as to how this is anticipated to be used could be, when I say priceless and life-saving, I don't think I'm exaggerating. Because I think about self-defense scenarios where a person may be forced to stop an attack by shooting because they think the person had a deadly weapon in their hand. And so I really think that, with all due respect, I don't mean to come up here and say I don't have a position yet, but I think it needs to be thought through a little more and some history developed.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chief Drolet.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for taking the time to listen. So as Senator Pearl stated, when he came to meet with me, I brought this to his attention, and it all stems from an incident that we had in Northwood this past summer. Two of my officers responded to a resident in town for a disturbance between a mother and a son. They tried their best to remedy the situation. There was nothing that caused us to make an arrest, and also not enough for a mental health evaluation. The officers were about to clear the house. As they were in the driveway, the son from the second-story window opened the window and yelled to the officers, "You better effing kill me or I'm gonna kill you," and lifted up what they believe was an AR-style rifle. They took cover. That led to a 13-hour standoff. Full deployment of the New Hampshire State Police SWAT team, several of my surrounding towns, and basically for 13 hours we tried to negotiate a peaceful resolution, which we ended up being able to do so. At the conclusion of that, we found out that the rifle was fitted, but it was only an airsoft rifle, so which shoots, you know, the pellets and stuff out. That morning, I received a call from the county attorney's office. We had 2 arrest warrants granted by a judge for criminal threatening with a deadly weapon. That morning, the county attorney contacted me and said, "This doesn't fit because it was an airsoft rifle. It's not a deadly weapon." They wouldn't go forward with a felony charge. He was charged with 2 misdemeanor criminal threatening. I had a serious problem with that. Being on the scene, seeing how everything played out, I truly believe that, unfortunately, if my officers were threatened with that rifle any further, they would have returned fire and they would have been justified in shooting him. But yet, he's only charged with a misdemeanor. That just did not make sense in my mind, that he could have lost his life by producing that because they believed it was a deadly weapon, but yet it doesn't fall under criminal threatening with a deadly weapon. If you walk into a convenience store and stick your finger in your pocket and say, "Give me all the money," that's armed robbery as long as the clerk believes that what you had was a deadly weapon. I believe that same language fits well into this, that if you're going to produce something, and hopefully it'll be a deterrent that people see that I'm not going to show a BB gun, I'm not going to show, you know, a replica gun and either force a suicide by cop or criminal threatening in a road rage incident. So I believe that what is in the statute already for armed robbery fits well into this statute, and hopefully it'll be a deterrent from people acting like this and using these objects.
Thank you, Chief. Go ahead, Senator.
I'm interested in that comparison you made with armed robbery. And do you have the site for that by any chance? Or maybe you can find that site for us? And do you know if that discrepancy in New Hampshire law happens in other states? I mean, I see that comparison that you're trying to.
It does. I tried to do some research on things that were in the law. I wasn't real successful, but I found a lot of stories of subjects arrested for robbery with a BB gun or a road rage incident that ended in a shooting because one pulled a BB gun, the other one had a real gun. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of news stories that come out about stuff like that, mm-hmm. but I wasn't real successful finding states that have actually applied this to this law.
Okay, follow up. I'm also interested in, the fact that even after a 13-hour standoff, there wasn't any sort of charge. So the county attorney didn't have any other charge available despite the 13-hour standoff?
No, they remanded it down to the district court for 2 misdemeanor charges of criminal threatening. And that was only based off his threat of, I'm going to kill you. His verbal threat had nothing to do, we couldn't charge anything related to that airsoft rifle.
Thank you, Chief, very much.
Thank you.
Sean Fife? Good afternoon,
Sean
Mr.
Fife.
Fife.
I back the blue. 100%. But my priority is to back the citizens of this state. We're on the brink of a civil war in this country, is a lot of people's mindset. It doesn't mean it's a fact, but that's where people's heads are at. People want to be armed because people are overreacting, just like it happened in Pittsfield just 2 days ago, or 3, maybe now. A man was attacked by an armed man. He defended himself and shot the man with his own weapon. Yeah, they got him arrested, and it is assault with a deadly weapon, yes. But that's where we're at. And when you've got somebody who gets a restraining order on somebody because they fear for their lives, and that person goes down, tries to purchase a firearm to defend themselves, and they stick you on a wait list to see if you can get that, that's not going to help them at all. That's all I have to say on this one.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to testify on SB 421? Seeing no one, ends the hearing. Thank you. I knew we'd have a long one. Oh dear. Senators, put your seatbelt on. It's going to be a long one. Senate Judiciary is going to continue. We're going to do Senate Bill 577 next. Senator Alschler. Good afternoon. How you doing today?
Good afternoon, Senator.
You bring me long bills every week.
I do.
That's
I
okay.
do. 2, 4, 5. Thank you, Kim. I will give, there's 5 there. I'll give you mine on the way up, if that's helpful. Great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Altschuler. I represent Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Exeter, Greenland, Hampton, Hampton Falls, Northampton, Rye, and Stratham. This proposed bill, Senate Bill 577, is an important step in suicide prevention in New Hampshire. Our great state has always been a bastion of freedom, and we cherish our individual rights, including the right to bear arms as enumerated in our Constitution. With every right comes a responsibility, and as enumerated in Article 3 of our Constitution, society and its organization and purposes, quote, "When men enter into a state of society, they surrender up some of their natural rights to that society in order to ensure the protection of others, and without such equivalent, the surrender is void." It is our duty to strike a balance between the protection of individual freedoms and the safety of our communities. Senate Bill 577 represents a thoughtful and measured approach to achieve this delicate equilibrium. The 3-day waiting period proposed in this legislation is a proactive step to prevent impulsive acts of violence and promote responsible gun ownership. It provides a crucial window of time for thorough background checks, ensuring that firearms do not end up in the wrong hands. By imposing a waiting period of 3 days, we also allow individuals to reconsider their decision to purchase a firearm, particularly in moments of heightened emotion or crisis. I draw your attention to lines 11 through 13. This bill also demonstrates our commitment to cooperation with federal agencies as it mandates licensed importers, manufacturers, dealers, and collectors to make firearm sales records available for inspection by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives during normal business hours. This collaboration is essential in maintaining the integrity of the background check process and preventing the illegal acquisition of firearms. Before I go any further in making my case for why we need this important public health tool, I would like to address the whatabouts. I draw your attention to the exemptions outlined in the legislation on lines 14 through 29. These carefully crafted exceptions respect the rights of law-abiding citizens and acknowledge the need for situational exceptions. The waiting period does not apply to firearm trade-ins, individuals who have completed a 16-hour hunter education course, active duty law enforcement officers, active duty correctional officers, and active duty members of our armed forces. Furthermore, individuals who have obtained a valid restraining order or expressed a reasonable fear for their personal safety are exempt from the waiting period. So I hope that handles the whatabouts. This bill is a testament to our commitment to public safety without infringing on the rights of responsible gun owners. It addresses concerns raised by our citizens, our mental health communities, and law enforcement agencies, providing a comprehensive framework to ensure that our law enforcement, first responders, medical professionals, and community members are not at the barrel end of a firearm in the hands of someone who is unfit to possess it. Waiting periods, like Senate Bill 577's 3-day proposal, are intended to give individuals time to reconsider their decision to purchase a firearm, especially in moments of heightened emotions or impulsivity. This potentially prevents impulsive acts of violence or self-harm. Nationally, an estimated 49,449 people died by suicide in 2022, which is 3% higher than 2021, where the number was 48,183 people. And suicide rates increased approximately 36% between 2000 and 2021. 36%. Suicide was responsible for the 48,183 deaths in 2021, which is about one death every 11 minutes. The number of people who seriously consider or attempt suicide is even higher. In 2021, an estimated 12.3 million adults seriously thought about suicide. 3.5 million planned a suicide attempt, and 1.7 million attempted suicide. Suicidal behavior also has far-reaching impacts. Completed suicides need to be contextualized with the following. For every single suicide death, there are 3 hospitalizations for self-harm. An additional 8 emergency department visits related to suicide, 38 self-reported suicide attempts, and 260 people who seriously consider suicide just in the past year. Adults age 45 to 64 make up the largest share of suicides in the Granite State, followed by adults 25 to 44. However, suicide is the second leading cause of death after accidental injury for adults 15 to 24. As stated in the New Hampshire Suicide Prevention Council's 2019 report, quote, "The vast majority of violent deaths in New Hampshire are suicides. For every homicide in New Hampshire, there are approximately 14 suicides. This ratio is a sharp contrast to national statistics, which show approximately 2 suicides for every homicide. For every suicide death in New Hampshire and nationally, there are approximately 3 deaths classified as unintentional injuries. Overall, suicide constitutes a larger proportion of all traumatic deaths in New Hampshire than in the U.S. as a whole. When compared to other means of attempting suicide, guns are uniquely lethal. More than 90% of suicide attempts with a firearm results in death. In other words, a person who attempts suicide by a method other than firearm is more likely to live than a person who uses a gun. According to SAMHSA, lethal means safety is an evidence-based suicide prevention practice that involves making suicide attempt methods less available or more difficult to access immediately, therefore less likely to cause a fatal suicide attempt, putting time and space between someone experiencing suicidal thoughts and their access to lethal means reduces the risk of harm and can save lives. In the United States, the most common and most lethal method of attempting suicide is by firearm. According to the most recent data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, more than half, 55%, of suicides are by firearm. Nearly 90% of suicide attempts involving firearms are fatal, compared to 5% of all other suicide attempts. This statistical fact refutes the notion that people who are in a suicidal state will just find another way and go to completion. Some populations, like veterans, are the highest risk of using firearms, with the Department of Veteran Affairs reporting 71% of veteran suicides are with a firearm. There are opponents here today who will say a 3-day waiting period is an infringement on their Second Amendment rights, arguing that law-abiding citizens have the right to timely access to firearms for self-defense. I submit to you that in accordance with Article 3 of the New Hampshire Constitution, a short waiting period, in addition to the exceptions provided in Senate Bill 577, is an important suicide prevention measure that provides a cooling off time for impulsive violent acts and give increased amounts of time for law enforcement to conduct thorough background checks. In conclusion, Senate Bill 77 is a balanced and sound judgment approach to promoting public safety in our beloved state. By supporting this legislation, we send a clear message that we prioritize the well-being of our citizens while upholding the values of individual freedom. Let us stand united in the pursuit of a safer New Hampshire. I strongly urge the committee to recommend Senate Bill 577 ought to pass. I've also provided you with information on suicide prevention from the CDC and also from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention and Johns Hopkins.
Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon, Senator. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Gannon.
Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate a lot of your stuff. You did point out a lot of mental health issues. I wondered if you had a lot of facts, and I listened as much as I could while I was reading. Do you have anything showing causality, showing that if a state that has imposed a waiting period has had a significant correlation then in safety results resulting from doing that? So if you do this, do you have any results that X happens?
Oh, thank you very much for the question, and I'm glad you phrased it like that. It's very important to note that background checks as part of a comprehensive approach to gun violence prevention is an important piece. No one thing alone is going to solve our problems, just like we have comprehensive approaches to other public health issues that involve more than one piece of prevention. This also is a piece of a larger prevention effort.
Follow-up?
Yes, follow-up?
So just simplifying those, so are you saying you don't have any evidence showing that a 3-day waiting period results in a positive thing? You're just
Actually,
sort of speculating?
No, I've provided you with that testimony in the,
I'll
in
read through
the,
it then.
in the papers that I sent to
I'll go
you
through it.
and in the links that are provided within my testimony.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Senator.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of the reported suicides by firearm, how many of those involve instances where the person acquired the firearm within that 3-day waiting period? And of those individuals, how many of them would not have fell at one of the exceptions that's listed in Section 3?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of your question. Could you repeat the question?
Of the suicide that's reported in your testimony
Okay.
by firearm, how many of those individuals acquired that firearm within the 72-hour time, a 3-day waiting period time window? And of those individuals that committed suicide within that 72 hours of acquiring the firearm, how many of those individuals would have not fallen under one of the exceptions?
I appreciate the question, and I'm a little struck because later on in testimony today, you will hear from survivors who were left behind by their loved ones who acquired firearms very quickly and without impediment, and are not here anymore to speak for themselves. So we do not collect statistics from the chief medical officer about how people attained the firearm that they used to die by suicide. That's not something we should collect those statistics. And I hope that if that is of interest to you, that you will join me in making motions to collect that information. But you'll hear from people today for whom that exact scenario is their reality.
Follow-up? Okay, are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
The chair will call Representative David Muse. Good afternoon, Representative.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Representative David Muse. I represent Newington, Newcastle, and wards 1 and 5 in Portsmouth. As some of you probably know, as all of you probably know, over the last month, one of the things that has been keeping me pretty busy is actually working with the chair of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Commission committee on a bill that is intended to help us close a critical gap in our law. Bradley's Law, which has been an LSR, is now HB 1711. And if it passes in both the House and the Senate, we will have closed a critical gap in New Hampshire when it comes to mentally ill people and their ownership and possession of firearms. This is a gap that cost Officer Bradley Haas his life. One of the things that we've done over the last month or so, really ever since this incident happened, is we've really tried to move heaven and earth to work together to come to a good resolution on this, and I think we have. One of the ironies of doing this legislation, though, is that as important as Officer Haas was, to his family, to his community, and to all of us. He is one person. When it comes to suicide in New Hampshire and firearm suicide, there are close to 100 people a year who actually fall victim to firearm suicide. So on the one hand, I think it's wonderful that we're in the process of trying to do something important that will close a very narrow gap, but an important gap. But I think we have a lot of work to do to close gaps in other areas. So one of the things that I wanted to point out about the bill in front of us today is that it doesn't involve taking anybody's rights away. It doesn't involve taking anybody's guns away. What it does do is it requires people to wait for 3 days between the time they purchase a firearm and they can take delivery of that firearm. That's a time period, that's 72 hours. That can be the difference between life or death for a person who's considering suicide, or for the potential victim of an act of impulsive or impetuous violence. One of the most disingenuous arguments that I hear against bills like this is that it takes away the Second Amendment rights of gun owners. By definition, gun owners are people who already have guns. Most of the people who purchase weapons in gun shops in New Hampshire are folks who are already gun owners. Not everybody is, but a substantial number of them are. During a 3-day waiting period, those folks remain fully able to defend themselves, their families, and their property in ways that are within the laws with the firearms they already have. What this bill does is it literally asks us to do something we often have to do when we try to purchase other goods and services. If you want an appointment to see a specialist about a bad knee, usually you have to wait about a month. If you want to order a big truck at a car dealer with a lot of options, usually you have to wait a couple of weeks to get exactly what you want. And if you want to enroll in employer, medical, or dental coverage, in many places, you have to wait 90 days before you have access to your employer plan. I'd also like to point out that in many situations, you can go to a gun store and try to order a gun you've been looking at online or one that you think you really want, and you'll find that the gun is in back order, and you have to wait for it for a month anyway. Another argument that I hear a lot is that this bill infringes on people's constitutional rights. It's the argument that somehow any law that we try to pass that delays or denies access to a firearm is unconstitutional. What this does is ignore that at every level of government, we have laws that rightly and correctly place limits on individual actions. We have freedom of speech, but we don't have freedom to libel. We have the freedom to practice our religion, but not to force others to practice it. We have the right to keep and bear arms, but not to use them to harm or to threaten others. Central to both the federal and the New Hampshire Constitution is the idea that in a civil society, individual rights cannot be absolute. In other words, that to protect public safety, we must avoid creating a society where anything goes, and the rights of individuals must be balanced against the rights of others. The first two articles of our own New Hampshire Bill of Rights are very clear about the natural rights we all have as citizens, including the right to keep and bear arms. But very strategically placed by our founding fathers, directly underneath them is Article 3, as Senator Altshuler pointed out, which reads, "When men enter into a state of society, they surrender up some of their natural rights to that society in order to ensure the protection of others." So while there are many things that folks may call SB 577 and many ways that people may want to categorize it, one thing that you can't categorize it as is an affront to the Constitution. We also frequently hear that a right delayed is a right denied. And this is a quote that's often attributed to Dr. Martin Luther King. But what Dr. King actually said in his letter to Birmingham jail was that justice too long delayed is justice denied. As it turns out, Dr. King was talking about racial justice, not about the ability to walk into a gun shop and purchase a firearm. Another perspective I'd ask you to consider is this. A public safety need denied continually over and over again is a tragedy waiting to happen. And unfortunately, in our state, we see these types of tragedies being repeated over and over and over again. I think it's a very good thing that we may be poised to finally close the mental health reporting gap in our state that very likely unleashed the chain of events that led to the murder of a man who devoted his life to protecting the lives of others. With SB 577, we have the opportunity to close another gap that could have real impact on people considering suicide or an impetuous act of violence, as well as on the potential victims and their families. I implore you to please make this the year that we finally take action. And I'll be willing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And thank you for raising the issue about our constitutional rights. I think this is always part of the conversation. And are you aware of any sort of special or particular jurisprudence around the Second Amendment that makes that right something that is absolute as compared to, as what you mentioned, First Amendment rights, that they are in the Constitution, they are protected, but there's jurisprudence around it to say that it's not absolute, that you can't scream anything you want in a crowded room, for example. Is there anything special, or is there any particular jurisprudence that I'm not aware of around the Second Amendment right that makes that one absolute?
I'm not aware of any. I do know that it's been difficult for our courts across the country to interpret exactly what the Founding Fathers meant by the Second Amendment. And I think increasingly it has been interpreted in a way that is more absolutist. Our own New Hampshire State Constitution is clearer. But I think one of the things that we always have is and that has always been a part of our law is recognizing that even though people have rights, we also have responsibilities to each other. And that's specifically recognized in the New Hampshire State Constitution. And it's recognized in the fact that even though we have freedom of speech, we have laws against libel, we have laws against slander. I'm sure that if I disrupted this proceeding and said a whole bunch of nasty things at the top of my voice, there would be somebody in here dragging me out and probably arresting me for something. The bottom line is that to maintain a civil society where most of us have a reasonable assurance of public safety, we do have to kind of go between the lines sometimes. And I think those are things that we need to approach delicately. They're things that we need to approach with care and with caution, but they're not things that we should be afraid of approaching. We have a real public safety need. And as I was saying, we may be on the way to closing one very, very small gap that could have made a difference for somebody. And I think that's one of the reasons why so many of us have been motivated to do that. But we have so many other people that we could be making a difference for with other changes in our law, and this is one of them.
Are there further questions? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Representative, more of a construction.
I'm sorry, could you speak into
More of a construction drafting question for you, but I certainly appreciate the provisions on lines 25 to 29 on the first page. But on line 28, it says express to a law enforcement officer a reasonable fear for his or her own personal safety. Who's making the determination that it's reasonable fear? And the second part of that would, how would the licensed firearm dealer be able to enforce that provision or determine that someone's perhaps exempt under that?
I think that these are things that have appeared in various versions of this bill over time in direct response to issues that have been raised by people in opposition to the bill. So that is why there are exceptions, and I think that some of them, make a great deal of sense to have. What I would say is it's important not to get wrapped around the axle when it comes to bills like this. There are always going to be situations that don't apply to everybody or that apply to different groups in different ways. And I think as legislators, one of the things we try to do is anticipate some of those things. And certainly you folks have the ability to change things like that if you don't think they belong in the law. You have the ability to amend this bill to take things out that you don't like. But what I would say is, please don't let a minor objection to one of the lesser important parts of the bill get in the way of passing something that could genuinely protect public safety.
Senator Abbas, do you want to follow up?
Thank you, Representative.
Senator Gannon?
Just, Mike, I asked a similar question earlier. Have states that have passed such bills had reductions in suicides? Do we have any specific data on that?
I think one of the things I think that we find continually is that data is very, very hard to get. So this morning I was actually looking for data that had an age breakdown, gun suicides across the country. If you can find data like that, typically it's collected by organizations like the Centers for Disease Control. Usually it's a couple of years behind where we are. The Gun Violence Prevention Archive does tabulate suicides across the country, but essentially all it does is register whether or not the death was a suicide or not. It doesn't have information on the circumstances. A lot of times, things that can be directly related. In terms of causality, I think one of the things you have to understand is that gun violence in a lot of ways is very similar to what we run into with public health issues. So for example, if there's a flu going around or something like that, there are measures you can take to protect yourself against the flu. You can wear a mask, you can get a flu shot, you can not spend a lot of time in crowded rooms. You can wash your hands whenever you get a chance. There's a bunch of different things you can do. And all of those things together may result in you not getting the flu, which is the outcome you're looking for. On the other hand, you may do all of those things and you may get the flu anyway. And I think that's kind of where we are with things like this. There are a series of things that we can be doing that will reduce the risk of gun violence and gun suicide occurring in our families, with our neighbors, with people we love, with our constituents. And those are things that we should be doing to decrease the overall level of risk. Anything we do in one area like this that decreases the risk even a tiny bit, decreases the risk. And the more of these things we do, the more we're decreasing that risk. And I think that is the approach that we're trying to take. I mean, to make a bad pun, there are no magic bullets when it comes to this type of legislation. What all of these bills are about is decreasing the level of risk.
Quick follow-up?
Quick follow-up while I'm thinking about it. You used a COVID vaccine analogy. So, like, are you trying to say, like, with the COVID vaccine where everyone was forced to get it or you'd lose your job?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You were taking, see, it sounds like you want to take a shotgun approach. You don't know exactly what to do. So we're going to do this one avenue.
Well, I think that there are some things that we can do that are where there has been evidence collection and where we can take advantage of evidence collection. It's not to say that some of the areas where we have more anecdotal stories and where we know that we have an issue, it's not to say that we should be doing nothing when it comes to those areas at all. And I think that's
thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, are there any further questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
The chair will call Representative Lynn. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you.
And I appear here in opposition to this legislation. And I have to say at the outset, I completely agree with Representative Muse that, and I think with you, Senator Whitley, the Second Amendment is certainly not different than any other amendment in the sense that it's not absolute. I mean, if the Second Amendment were absolute, then felons would be able to possess firearms. There's the idea that we have toyed with the notion that the Second Amendment is absolute. I think really it just doesn't wash. I mean, there are thousands and thousands of perfectly legitimate gun laws on the books around the country that nobody would challenge. I mean, the most obvious one is the felon in possession of a firearm. I don't think that there's any question that that's valid. Now, there might be some question about if you were convicted of, mail fraud, something had completely non-violent 25 years ago, should you still be able to be prohibited from having a firearm? But
Representative, I'm going to ask you to stop for a second. There's some folks on this side of the room that are talking, and it's loud enough that we can hear it, and it interferes with our ability to hear the speaker. If you're going to have a conversation, could you please take it out in the hallway? We'd greatly appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry, Representative, for interrupting you.
Thank you. No problem. So, just as an example of the point that I completely agree that the Second Amendment is just like every other amendment or any other parts of the Constitution is not absolute. One of the things that Representative Muse referenced was an ongoing effort, and I should say I'm not involved in that, so I haven't seen the details of it. But apparently, there's an effort going on to change when mental health records can be provided to the authorities for doing background checks. And obviously, I want to see exactly what the amendment said and whether there was whether there was sufficient protection of the due process rights of people involved. But assuming that that's true, I think that makes a lot of sense. I would very likely not be opposed to that. But with regard to this bill, it seems to me, and I think a couple of you through your questions have really highlighted this issue. This bill is a feel-good piece of legislation that imposes, that purports to provide a remedy that is really, really speculative. I mean, the theory, I guess, is that there will be somebody who is suicidal and wants to buy a gun, and if we prevent that person from buying the gun for 3 days, there'll be no problem. Well, really? I mean, is it not likely that in many cases the person will wait the 3 days, or will already, as Representative Muse said, already have a gun or some other weapon, or will be willing to go beyond the 3-day period and get the gun and maybe not commit suicide tomorrow, but I'll commit suicide in a week. Are we really supposed to think that there's a significant number of people like that who don't have some continuing sort of mental health issues? It seems to me that that's pretty unlikely if you stop to think about it. And on the other hand, we want to impose this restriction. And I guess what I would say to that is I think it's important to understand that this restriction can have real consequences. Requiring somebody to come back, say that, it takes you 3 days to complete a transaction can be a big deal in some circumstances. And so I think I just don't think that the cost that is imposed is worth it in this situation. Let me just point out a couple of other things that I think are really sort of examples of where there could be a problem, other problems with the bill. For example, it says in section on lines 6 and 7, it says no licensed importer, licensed manufacturer, licensed dealer, or licensed collector shall transfer or sell a firearm to another person except in certain circumstances that go on. And so does that mean, does a transfer mean if the somebody wants to have a firearm just to lend it to somebody in other words, somebody comes in to a dealer, for example, and says, brings in their hunting rifle and says, my rifle isn't my right. There's something wrong with my rifle. It needs to be fixed. Can I borrow a gun? Is that covered by it? Does the dealer have to say to the person, sorry, you're on your hunting trip here, but you have to wait 3 days? I just use that as an example of situations where there can be real practical import to what is being suggested. With regard to Section 2 of the bill, lines Roman numeral 2, I think the requirement that a licensed dealer disclose information to the BATF, that's already the law. That's already federal law. So I'm not sure what that really adds to anything. And then the other sections, the exceptions, I tend to think that those demonstrate. I mean, I understand that the idea is to sort of, reduce the sort of harshness, if you will, of the bill. But I suggest to you that they actually demonstrate the weakness of what is being proposed. I mean, if it's okay for someone to avoid the 3-day waiting period if you're going to buy a rifle or a shotgun and you're a hunter. Well, is there some? I mean, are we supposed to believe that hunters are less likely to be affected by mental illness, and therefore we don't have to worry about them? Or if you're going to do it, if you're buying a gun for self-protection, though, again, is there some basis to think that if you're buying a gun for self-protection, or you claim that you're buying it for self-protection, that somehow there's a basis to believe that you're less likely to be affected by some mental illness? And then the last point I would make, I think Senator Rabbitt, I think you raised this, is the exception that says for someone who expresses to a law enforcement officer a reasonable fear for his or her personal safety. How would that ever be operative in practice? In other words, you come into a dealer to buy a handgun, let's say, and you say, I want it for self-defense. And the dealer says, okay, fill out this paperwork, come back in 3 days. And you say, wait a minute, my boyfriend, has threatened me. I told the police that my boyfriend has threatened me. Now, what does the dealer do? Does the dealer say, okay, you've told me this, that's good enough? Does the dealer have to call the police officer? More importantly, is the police officer required to respond and is the police officer required to tell the dealer, well, yeah, I thought that what she said was reasonable. It made sense to me. Or no, I didn't think it was reasonable. She seemed like she was, that she was stretching things. I mean, it seems to me that it's unenforceable, and it's not, because it's unenforceable, it's not really an exception that would apply at all. So I guess what I would say is, overall, that there are some measures, that in the area of gun control that I think are reasonable. I certainly, nobody that I'm aware of, even the most avid firearms advocate, is suggesting that we should eliminate the provision that prevents felons from having firearms. I'm certainly not suggesting that. The mental health suggestion that Representative Muse talked about may very well make sense. But this, I submit to you that the cost that is imposed on this is just not worth it in terms of what the likely benefit would be. And so for that reason, I urge you to oppose the bill. and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Representative, I had the same concerns in looking at lines 26 through 29, just exactly how that was going to work. In line 26, it says, has obtained a valid restraining order from a court under circumstances where the person feared for his or own personal safety. How are you going to prove that to a dealer other than giving them a copy of the actual restraining order? Do you agree that that would be a natural process?
Sure. No, I mean, I think you're right that you would have that. I don't know any other way that you would do that without giving the copy of the restraining order. And then, I could certainly see questions coming up about, well, is this really the valid restraining order? That kind of thing. Is the dealer required to call the court to confirm that kind of thing? So it's that's, you point out another area where there definitely could be issues.
I have another question. Can you envision a situation where a court, if they knew that they were going to have to produce a copy of a restraining order to give to a licensed firearm dealer in order to substantiate someone's claim that they need one, do you think that that might delay the process, or that the courts might be a little bit more hesitant in issuing restraining orders?
Sure. No, I think that is a very valid point. That if let me posit this situation. If someone came in and said, if I were sitting as a judge and someone came in and said to me, gave me a certain set of facts, saying, on the basis of these facts, I want a restraining order, and didn't say anything about I'm going out and I'm going out with, if you give me this restraining order, I'm going out to buy a gun right away because I'm scared. Didn't say that in example one, and said exactly the same facts, but included the fact I'm going out to buy a gun immediately if you issue this restraining order. I think that most judges would say, if they were being completely honest about the matter, that would be a factor that would enter into their decision of whether or not to grant the restraining order. I think it would.
Thank you. I've got a few more questions, and I hope you will indulge me.
Of course.
Concerning restraining orders, as usually, as you know, as a former member of one of our courts, is that sometimes people go in and you're only hearing one side of the story. The other person usually is not there. It usually happens after the restraining order has been served, that person who's been served can apply to the court for a hearing so the court can hear their side of the story. So it just seems to me in this instance that someone is going to be forced to wait 3 days based on an accusation and by someone else. And I'm a little concerned about that, because what they don't have an opportunity to defend themselves at that particular point in time. So do you believe that is that a valid concern?
Well, you know what, it is a valid concern, but I guess what I would say is, I think in effect, that's already the law now. In other words, if as I understand the law, if somebody obtains a restraining order against, let's say, an alleged domestic abuser. Mm-hmm. So I go in and I say, my spouse has abused me and I want a restraining order, and I get that on an ex parte basis. So, that the initial ex parte order. My understanding of the law is that once that order has been issued, even though my spouse has no idea that this has been issued yet, or that I went to court, that restraining order prohibits me from buying a gun. Mm-hmm. So I think in that regard, this doesn't sort of change that. But I think the points you raise are valid points.
And my last question, Representative, and thank you for indulging me. That particular section I find to be a little troubling because it seems to, on the face of it, say, we're going to deny you, the government is going to deny you the right to get a gun within 3 days, but they're going to decide when you feel safe and when you don't. And I find that a little troubling. I think an individual is capable of determining for themselves when they feel safe and when they don't. Here, you need the stamp of the government, either through some sort of a valid restraining order, or you've told a police officer that you have a reasonable fear. I mean, I don't even, what is a reasonable fear? That in here is not defined. So it's more, I think, more of a statement than anything else, but on the face of it, it says you need to get the government to recognize you're in fear before this kicks in. And I don't think the government is in a position to determine when you're in fear other than through a court process where both parties are present. So they can hear both sides of the story.
No, I mean, I agree. I think I think that's a very valid point.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Are there any further questions? Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Can you offer any opinion on how to compute the time for the 3 days? I know it says 3 days, but, would that, if it was Monday night, would the third day be Wednesday morning? How does exactly do you interpret that?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, that's a good question. I'm not sure the answer. I would think that if, that if you were going to adopt this bill, and as I hope you will not, but if you were going to, I would think that would be something that you would want to maybe spell out more, more specifically, saying, I guess I assume you would want to say that period does not exclude weekends. If you go in to buy the gun on a Saturday, you're able to take delivery on Tuesday, even though Sunday intervenes. I would assume that that's what that should be what 3 days means. Actually, 3 days. You don't exclude weekends.
Just to follow up. So let's just say tonight at 5:30, I go to a store. By Wednesday morning at, let's say, 9:30 in the morning, would that have been, not Wednesday, by Friday morning, would that be 3 days? Or would it be Thursday morning?
Yeah, a very good question. A very good question. I think you would probably need to, to more clearly define that in the law. I think you could make that argument, but you could also make the argument that if it was 5 o'clock today, then it needs to be 5 o'clock 3 days. It's not 3 days until 5 o'clock 3 days from now.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative, I just have another question. There's no requirement for the person who, the manufacturer, the license dealer, to write down the time someone comes in. So who's expected to keep track of the time, the 3 days? Because quite frankly, I think 3 days should be 72 hours. I think it makes it a lot clearer. So if you go in on a Monday at 5 o'clock, 72 hours later, the time period is up. It doesn't matter what the day of the week is. So you're just looking at time. But do you think that the person that is now going to say to somebody, according to this legislation, you have to wait 3 days, where is it required in here that they actually have to put the time down so it covers them and it covers the person that now has to wait?
Right. Now, that's a very good point. I mean, I think you're right. It doesn't say that, and I would think that, that maybe using 72 hours as opposed to 3 days or something would make more sense. And presumably a dealer, is going to, if this law was passed, I would presume that a dealer will write down the time for, just to protect himself from or herself from being charged with violating the statute.
Thank you very much, Representative. Sorry to ask
No,
so
no,
many
no,
questions. Appreciate it.
all very good questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee.
The chair will call Representative Hull. Is he here? Your Representative J.R. Hull?
Not J.R. Hall, but he asked me to read into the record a letter that he sent to me.
Okay, sir,
May I-
would you please identify yourself for the record?
Absolutely. My name is Jay Simpkin, resident of Nashua, New Hampshire, and I have copies of the letter for members of the committee.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Dear Senate Judiciary Committee members, due to unforeseen circumstances, our board members are unavailable for this hearing, and we have asked Mr. J. Simpkin to read the following as our submission, opposing SB 571FN and SB 577. Paragraph. The New Hampshire Firearms Coalition, NHFC, a 501c4 nonprofit, represents firearm owners, dealers, sporting clubs, and manufacturers of firearms so as to protect their Second Amendment rights from both direct and subtle encroachments by those who wish to strip our members, as well as the general public, of those rights. Paragraph. And this is in bold and underlined, we ask that you vote, quote, inexpedient to legislate, end quote, on the following two bills, and include a copy of this letter in all of those bills' files. Paragraph. SB 571FN would require that you undergo a background check for each and every transfer of a firearm. This type of legislation is designed to create a government database that will track every firearm, including each time you hand off a firearm to somebody, even as a gift. Paragraph. Naturally, the bill attempts to claim that you can trust big government to not track these purchases and that the gun dealer acts as the, quote, seller, end quote, in such transactions. I think you would agree with me that we are way beyond the days of trust and giving the feds the benefit of the doubt, for the bill demands that the licensed gun dealer complete all government-required paperwork for the transfer. Paragraph. In essence, this bill would allow government bureaucrats to track the movement of all of our firearms, treating law-abiding citizens like yourself as criminals, simply because you want to give a firearm to a friend or family member. Paragraph. SB 571-FN needs to be stopped, and that's why I'm asking you, the Judiciary Committee members, to find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Paragraph. The second bill, and this is in bold, that needs to be defeated and voted ITL as SB-577. A bill that imposes a 3-day waiting period before you can take home your purchase of a legally acquired firearm. Paragraph. At this time, the Granite State has no waiting period when you buy a legal product, such as a firearm. These waiting periods treat you like a second-class minion, as if you might be, quote, guilty, end quote, of some unknown horrible act that demands government officials keep a firearm out of the reach, quote, just in case, end quote. Paragraph. Today there might be a 3-day waiting period. Tomorrow, future, quote, enlightened lawmakers, end quote, could easily demand that it be 10 days, like in that bastion of law-abiding folks in Washington, D.C., or go up to 14 days, like the once beautiful state of California. Paragraph. I'm sure you would concur that we do not, in any way, shape, or form, want to go the way of California. Paragraph. What follows, the next sentence in bold, SB 577-FN needs to be stopped in its tracks. I also ask that you find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Paragraph. For the protection of our Second Amendment rights. Signed, Rep. J.R. Hull, Secretary, NHFC, Inc.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Simpkin.
Well, this
on
is Mr.
behalf
Hol,
of
this is Representative Hull's
Representative Hulls.
testimony.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, next,
Thank you.
the chair is going to call Barbara Prien. Did I get that correct? Please come forward, identify yourself for the record. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the chair and members of this committee for allowing me at this time to speak today. I'm speaking as a volunteer for Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. My name is Barbara Preen. I live in Rye. I've lived in Rye for 47 years and in New Hampshire for 60. I'm here today to speak in support of SB 577, which calls for a waiting period after a purchase of a firearm. This bill will apply with some specific exceptions to all firearm buyers. It will provide a cooling off period for those who might need to consider their intentions for purchasing a gun. And although I believe that the passage of this bill into law would have many benefits to the citizens of New Hampshire, excuse me, I'd like to focus my comments today on the topic of suicide. New Hampshire has an increasing suicide problem, specifically suicide by firearm. The reasons for suicidal ideation can be vast and varied. One's personal reasons for thought of self-harm are often driven by a sense of hopelessness and despair. The New Hampshire government has both a council to address suicide prevention and a veterans council to address the concerns of suicide among our veterans. But there is a lack of New Hampshire laws that would be very effective in addressing the ability of guns as a risk factor. This bill would serve to help protect vulnerable citizens of our state by reducing the accessibility of firearms during times of crisis. It's a myth that suicide cannot be prevented. Days matter when one has suicidal ideations. Waiting periods can save lives by providing time for reflection and consideration, and a time for family and health professionals to intervene. This bill would create a buffer between someone having a suicidal crisis and access to a firearm, a method commonly used in a suicide attempt and a method that is almost always lethal. This restriction during moments of impulsive behavior would mean a life that has been saved. Provisional data from the CDC shows that suicide in the U.S. has greatly increased in recent years. New Hampshire has exceeded that trend. In 2020 progress report, the New Hampshire Council of Suicide reports that, and I quote, "The vast majority of violent deaths in New Hampshire are suicide. For every homicide in New Hampshire, there are approximately 11 suicides, a ratio of 1 to 11. This compares to a 1 to 3 ratio nationally. A significantly higher number of people in New Hampshire die by suicide than by homicides. Guns, the most lethal method of the commonly used methods for self-harm, have a higher fatality rate. In fact, 88% of gun deaths in New Hampshire are by firearm suicide. Suicide is a public health crisis. It is a health issue suffered often by people who have no resolutions to their concerns, no way of reaching a desirable solution to forces in their lives over which they feel they have no control, no way of lessening their burden on their families, and no way of taking control of decisions over their own lives. This bill is one tool that can be used in our state to help prevent a tragedy. I strongly urge that SB 577 be passed by the committee. I hope this bill, along with other common sense gun violence prevention bills, are passed this session of the New Hampshire legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very
And I
much
have
for your
copies.
testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Gannon?
Just a quick question. I've got here numbers no written before on the suicide. For every homicide, there's 11 suicides in New Hampshire, and where it's 1 out of 3 in the other states. Is our suicide rate higher also in New Hampshire than other states? Proportionally, you said there are more suicides in our state by guns
Yes.
than other states, and I got the proportion on that. Is our suicide rate itself? Just
I
total
think
suicide
that's
rate, is that
rated, I read where it said 8.4 per 100,000 as compared to a lower number, and I can't quote that. in other states nationally. I think that's the national versus state by state.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. The chair will call Elaine Kennedy.
Thank you. And I am Elaine Kennedy, and from Northampton, have been a pediatrician for 50 years proudly. And I'm speaking about suicides from personal experience. And I'm going to start way back in the families. I was a small town pediatrician where you know your families. The neighborhood I grew up in had two couples, my parents' generation, that we knew that were murder suicides. Now, I follow suicide as I follow other gun-related deaths of people. Now, it's not just a spouse killing a spouse, it's a spouse also killing the children. Murder-suicides are much more deadly than they even used to be. High school classmate of mine was a gun suicide. I worked in my very beginning career in a rural area. A physician, very respected, but getting about younger than me now, but getting to be his senior citizen years, took his year-old girl in a family I cared for, came home from school. We don't know the problems. Nobody at home. The loaded gun was, she killed herself. A 4-year-old child got a gun out of his grandmother's purse. I don't think he meant to kill himself, but that was the outcome. It was a loaded gun. He was dead. A 31-year-old former patient of mine, quite a wonderful kid, was upset, probably depressed, followed by the police, go to get a DUI, and took the gun off of the seat of the car in the church parking lot and killed himself. I can tell you very fully that mothers don't get over this when it happens to their children. They will go to their grave and they will not be over these kinds of things. I've had other friends, I've had other patients who have made suicide attempts. When it is not with a gun, they get well. And they almost never go back and commit suicide. They live their lives with their families. I have an adult son who is in law enforcement, owns guns. He was here during COVID when there was he was in extreme distress over an illness within our family causing extreme distress. So I asked him if I could have his gun. I said, can I please have your guns? He gave them to me, and later he really thanked me for saying, thanks, Mom, for getting that gun. No parent in New Hampshire wants their child to be a gun suicide. Most of them are not physicians. They are not people who are confident enough to ask an adult child to take it away. I want all families to learn when and how to ask for the removal of guns before there's a death. And I'm asking you, as leaders of our state, to help families remove guns from individuals who are dangerous to themselves or others. I'm asking you to support a 3-day waiting period to help there be a delay for families to be able to get some intervention and to try to get help for their child. I do want to strongly support Senator Altshuler and Representative Muse, and I'm so grateful for all the hard work they did in putting together the materials that I heard them present to you. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Doctor. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Justin Davis. Good afternoon, Mr. Davis.
Honorable members of the committee, my name is Justin Davis. I serve as the National Rifle Association's State Director for New Hampshire. I'm also a resident of New Hampshire. I appreciate the time to discuss this bill with you all today. I know there's a lot of people here who want to have their thoughts heard, so I will be brief and kind of just touch on a few topics that have been discussed. As we all know, SB 577 imposes a 3-day waiting period for individual before they can receive a firearm they lawfully purchased with limited exceptions. There is no evidence that waiting periods reduce violent crime or suicides. Everything you hear is purely anecdotal. There are no studies that show that correlation. One of the big things that stuck out to me in this bill is The eliminating of the options of self-defense and urgent need. I know that there's a carve out in this bill that says, if you have a restraining order or you go to a police officer, there may be an exemption for you. But I don't think it's fair for victims who are already dealing with a traumatic event of dealing with an abuser to then have to hit the other hurdle of going and getting these pieces of paper when they may not even have that amount of time. Removing that ability for self-defense for a mother who's facing imminent threats from an aggressor in her family does not have the luxury of waiting 72 hours. Another thing that was discussed was additional background checks during a 72-hour waiting period. There are no additional background checks during that. There is no other investigative measures. That still goes through a NICS check, which is instant. Then it purely is a arbitrary 72-hour waiting period. Finally, there is no evidence that these serve as cooling off periods. Everything you hear is anecdotal. We have seen no correlation between that. And again, that's just it's a imposing of this person's Second Amendment rights. Criminals do not follow this law. It will not curb violent crime because criminals, again, do not follow these laws and will not wait 72 hours for their firearms. They will obtain them illegally and still commit their criminal activity. A Obama-era administration found that 90% of firearms used in crimes were obtained illegally and not through legitimate purchase through FFLs. So the National Rifle Association is opposing this. Members are opposing this bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Davis. Are there any questions? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to, go back to this issue of, why this is necessary, and you testify that it's not necessary, but are you aware that in New Hampshire, 88% of gun deaths are suicides compared to 57% nationwide? Are you aware of that?
I didn't have that statistic in front of me now.
Okay, and are you aware that New Hampshire has the 29th highest rate of gun suicides and gun suicide attempts in the country?
Again, I don't have that statistic in front of me.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you for your
Davis.
time.
The chair will call Sam Hawkins. Is there a Mr. Hawkins? Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in support of SB 577. When an individual is experiencing a mental health crisis, limiting their access to lethal means is a crucial step in preventing suicide. 90% of individuals who attempt suicide do not go on to die by suicide later. Attempts with a firearm, however, present a particularly high risk of lethality. Firearms are the most common method used in suicide attempts, and suicide deaths make up the majority of all gun deaths. Suicide deaths, however, are preventable, and imposing a waiting period before the purchase of a firearm is a key policy in pursuit of that goal. While an individual can experience suicidal ideation over a long period of time, the moment of crisis where one may attempt suicide is much smaller. Research has shown that the period of time between when one decides to attempt suicide and when that attempt is made is usually only minutes or hours, with approximately 70% deliberating for less than an hour. In these situations, any barrier to allowing an individual access to lethal means has the potential to alleviate that crisis, in turn reducing suicide attempts, limiting their chance of lethality, and saving lives. For these reasons, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to recommend OTP for SB 577.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hawkins. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, at this point, what I'm going to do, because we are running behind, we have a number of individuals who would like to speak with us today. I'm going to ask you, if you have written testimony, please do not read it. Try to paraphrase it as much as you can. Please do not repeat testimony that we've already been given. And I'm going to ask you to really try to keep your time to 3 minutes. That way we can make sure everyone who's here today that signed up, that wanted to speak, has an opportunity to do so. Okay, I'm going to start with Donna Moran.
Hi, I'm a little nervous. I made some of these things. So there you go, thank you. I'm gonna try not to read from my testimony. I'll do my very best. But I want to give you the point of view from someone who's living in the aftermath of being able to purchase a gun in New Hampshire without a waiting period. So on January 5th, 2022, I received 2 texts from my son. One was to wish me a happy birthday, and then the other was to say goodbye. At 12:52, he sent his goodbye text saying that he loved us and he was sorry. Then Nate called 911 to report a suicide at our house. He did that so that his family wouldn't find his body. He hung up and then he put a gun to his temple and he pulled the trigger. That gun that he used was purchased legally just 30 minutes earlier. So, to try to make a long story short, as requested, when we reached the ICU, a neurologist came out and they told us that Nate had no chance of survival. Now, he shot himself in the head, but the ambulance and the police arrived and he was still breathing. He lived about 2 hours longer. The neurologist told us there was no brain activity, and keeping him alive was causing him great pain. I want you to know this because I want you to know that when you get shot with a gun in the head, you will continue to have pain, just like my son did. They told us he was going to die at any moment, and I asked to be with him as he died. I just wanted to hold his hand while he left. I mean, I was there when he was born, and I felt like I didn't want him to die alone. But they said no, and then they practically begged me to stop asking. Then the neurologist just flatly told me that I wouldn't even recognize him, that he lost 90% of his blood from his head, and they couldn't clean him in time. He said that Nate wasn't there, and that he didn't even look like the Nathan that we knew. I found out later that the bullet broke his teeth, that his eyes were bulged and bleeding from under the pressure, that there was brain matter and skull fractures around the exit wound. Also, in our yard, which my husband cleaned up the next morning, because we have dogs, and we didn't want the dogs to come in with my son's blood on them. So I just want you to know that, because a lot of times we think, oh, a person shot themselves and they died. It's not that clean. If you lined 1,000 people up in order of the likelihood of who was going to take their life, my son would have been at the very end. The most common reaction from people when we told them that he took his life was shock. Literally, they said to me, "Are you kidding?" He had everything going for him. He was a senior at WPI. He had a job as a mechanical engineer when he graduated. He had a family that supported him. He had friends beyond belief. He was funny and brilliant and meticulous and caring. And he never exhibited signs of mental illness. He really did not. Not depression, and he did not use drugs. He wasn't a drug user. So you might say, well, why did he kill himself? The catalyst was a breakup. The girl he loved broke up with him just days before, and he was planning his whole life around living with this girl. And losing him, losing her confused him and it broke his heart. And that at precise moment, he felt this pain that wouldn't go away. And I guess the best way to say is that he just wasn't in his, quote, right mind when he made this decision. And our society always seems to think that the only people who will kill themselves have severe mental illness or drug use or a hatred of life or something like that. But that is just simply not always the case. Nate had none of these. If he would have chosen any other means to kill himself besides a gun, he would be alive today. He called 911 so he would spare us from finding him. The ambulance arrived several minutes after he shot himself, and he was still alive. We would have found him because the ambulance would have gotten there. If he would have used virtually any other means, he would be here. I'm not a person who's anti-gun. In fact, we have a gun. We keep it locked up in a safe so that our kids can't get to it. And that's probably why he didn't use that gun, because he couldn't get to it. So he drove 10 minutes away and he purchased and took a gun home in about 30 minutes. It was easy. And I don't blame the gun shop. I don't blame them at all. He was 21 years old. He was a law-abiding citizen, just like has mentioned here. He didn't have any record, so they sold him the gun like it's their job. So I don't blame them for that. But if Nathan would have had to wait 3 days, 72 hours, however you want to say it, then he wouldn't have taken his life, because things change in 72 hours. Life moves along. So there's no doubt that a waiting period would have saved my son's life. His death shattered the lives of everyone around him, friends, family, coworkers, everyone. I'm not the same person I used to be. Applying for a gun on January 5th, but needing to wait those 72 hours, that would have given him time to think. Nate had friends that were coming to visit that weekend, and he was excited to go back to college in just a few more days. We were going to go shopping to get everything he needed. It was always a fun thing that we did when he went back. In fact, that night, he told my oldest daughter that he was looking forward to playing Settlers of Catan, which we did every year on my birthday. It was the only time I could get them to play board games with me. But in the afternoon, he was alone in the house, and he was faced with this crisis, and he didn't know how to get through it. So the easiest thing for him to do was to just go get a gun and end his life. And the law allowed him to follow through on that split-second decision. So this bill does allow for exceptions, and I know there's been some questions about that. But it would allow others, people who needed to purchase a gun could do it. But those who needed to wait, just to think about their consequences, would have to wait. If Nate would have just been allowed to take a breath before buying this gun, he would be alive. And I know this might not have to do anything with a testimony, but I'm just going to tell you that I know that people say, some people believe that people come to them in their dreams when they pass. And I did not have any dreams for a while after Nate died. And the first dream I had was just the most realistic dream of him. Like he was like literally right there. Like, you know, you could swear it was him. And I went to him and I like yelled his name. Like I could smell him. Like he was right there. And he shook his head and he said, Mom, put his hand up. He said, Mom, I made a terrible mistake. And then he was literally gone. And I haven't dreamed of him since. I can see him in pictures, like I bring his picture with me to keep me strength. So please vote in favor of this bill. His friends, family, entire community suffer every day from the loss of an amazing human because it was so easy for him to get a gun. And I know passing this law isn't going to bring him back, but if you would have passed this law 3 years before, then he would be here. So you can save the sons and daughters of many New Hampshire residents by passing this. And I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Mrs. Moran, and please accept our deepest condolences on your family's loss.
Thanks.
Okay, next we're going to Marcella Doobie. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, Ms. Doobie.
Hello. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Marcella Doobie. I am a resident of Amherst, New Hampshire. I am a mother of 4. I work full-time, and I volunteer my time for the cause of gun safety and responsible gun ownership. I know that a lot of the statistics that I have here in front of me have been spoken to already, so I don't want to revisit them. But what I do want to mention, 2 questions were brought up about any type of waiting periods reducing suicide rates. And Giffords has a study that has been done that by one estimation, waiting period laws may reduce firearm suicide rates by 7 to 11%. Waiting period laws also appear to reduce gun homicide rates. One study found that waiting period laws that delay the purchase of firearms by a few days, or in this case, 72 hours, can reduce gun homicide by roughly 17%. If I may also mention a statistic that was noted before, 88% of gun deaths in New Hampshire are by firearm suicide. We have had 2 in our state, in our town in Amherst. Both were minors, but of course they didn't purchase the firearm. It was left unsecured. Gun violence costs New Hampshire $2.2 billion each year, which is 22.4 million is paid by taxpayers. To address New Hampshire's sobering firearm suicide rate, our legislators pre-filed SB 577, which would institute a 72-hour waiting period before a person can take possession of a firearm after purchasing it. The bill includes exceptions, including for trained hunters and those in immediate fear of their safety. Waiting periods are a critical tool to allow someone experiencing a crisis a second chance at life. And I will add, personally, as just a mother, my oldest son, who's 23, was in extreme crisis. He was cutting himself, and his girlfriend called us in distress. We had to go get him and bring him home and admit him to the hospital. If my son had access to purchasing a firearm or even thought of doing that, in that moment, he would have. But he didn't have a vehicle to drive. I will tell you that 72 hours can change the life of anybody. That is my testimony. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
The chair will call David Trumbull. Good afternoon, Mr. Trumbull.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware, and I will focus my testimony on a couple of points that were raised and try to answer some questions. First is that the waiting period, this bill would likely save 15 New Hampshire citizens every single year. The study that was just referenced by the previous speaker was in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The title of it is called Handgun Waiting Periods Reduce Gun Deaths, and it was authored by 3 professors from Harvard Business School. They reviewed evidence from all 50 states over a 45-year period. Excuse me. And in that study, they used the word causal relationship 9 times. This is not a correlation. They determined it was causality. They have numerous charts going through all of the states and all of their different gun regulations and other factors, and they kept coming back to waiting periods from 2 to 7 days, reducing gun deaths. They broke it down into two categories. First was homicides. They say waiting period laws that delay the purchase of firearms by a few days reduce gun homicides by roughly 17%. Now, there's 15 gun homicides a year in the state. That would reduce homicides in New Hampshire by 2 to 3. You could save 2 to 3 lives every single year, homicide victims, by passing this bill. The second is suicides. The study says waiting periods also lead to a 7 to 11% reduction in gun suicides. There's about 124 gun suicide deaths in New Hampshire every single year. 10% of that would be 12 lives. Add that together, you could save 15 lives. That means every single month you could save one person. When you turn the calendar in your office, you could say, we did something good. This month we saved one person's life. And that does have causality. And the reasons why it works make sense, because the impulse to commit violence or commit suicide is usually temporary. Also, there's another study from the RAND Corporation that talked about, especially in suicides, that 72 hours is time for someone to get help, time for intervention to take place. So you have two studies that explain why it could happen, and they tell you that it does produce results and there is causality. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the constitutional question. It was Judge Scalia in the Heller case, that was the District of Columbia case on gun ownership. He said, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. Scalia says it's not unlimited. Specific to waiting periods, we've had waiting periods since 1923 in this country. None of them have ever been overturned by a court. Colorado just passed a 3-day waiting period last year, the same essential bill you have in front of you. It was challenged in the Colorado Federal District Court. The senior district court judge there, John Kane, applied the Bruin test. Now, that's the U.S. Supreme Court case that just came out that says gun restrictions have to have some relevance back to the beginning of the country. He said, quote, the evidence before me establishes that the act is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. So this bill will not violate the U.S. Constitution. That's been determined by a federal senior district court judge in Colorado. He gave a couple of reasons for that. He said, first of all, the Second Amendment never guaranteed instant delivery of firearms, noting that back in those days, firearm purchases were irregular because you couldn't go buy a firearm all the time. And second, he said that there were other laws on the books that would be, in his work, analogs to waiting periods. So he said he believes that the government had raised sufficient evidence to suggest that that law is constitutional. So I thank you very much for your time. And of course, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You referenced two different studies, but the first study you referenced, are you able to provide a copy of that study, or at least an email or a link?
I have written testimony, and in it, for everything I said, it has a link, so it will be able to be given to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The chair will call Deborah Bernaccia. Did I get that correct? Oh, good. Good afternoon, ma'am, and welcome to the Senate Judiciary.
My name is Deborah Bernaccia. I'm a resident of Bradford, New Hampshire, and I just have a quick little statement I'd like to make. I'd like to start out by saying that I believe that most New Hampshire gun owners are responsible citizens, and imposing a waiting period between the purchase and delivery of a gun will create no more inconvenience to them than a delayed Amazon purchase. But imposing a waiting period for someone in crisis who wants to either harm themselves or others can make the difference between life and death for either themselves or, as in the case so often, innocent citizens. Please pass this bill for everyone's safety, including yours and mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Bernaccia. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call, Sean Fife.
Sean Fife here. Like you said, you want to make it quicker. So I'm going to run through this with less passion. So let's say the difference between A suicide and a homicide is if your name's Kyle Rittenhouse or if it's Hillary Clinton. The statistics are built off of the way a death is described. It doesn't necessarily mean how it was. So all the statistics are moot. However, as far as the suicides go, I've had many friends and family members commit suicide. This is a deep issue with me as well. I'm going to focus on two in my senior class. One, Clint Berkson. His girlfriend broke up with him. He acquired a gun. His parents are deadly against guns, completely against guns, but yet their son was able to acquire a gun and he committed suicide. Furthermore, Pat Clark, same thing. Girl broke up with him. His parents were against guns. They did not have guns. He did not try to acquire a gun. He simply sat down on his couch and slit his own throat. Preventing people from getting guns does not save their lives. You might postpone some of them. It might save a couple. But you got to think about how many people died for our Constitution and how many people are going to have to die to save it. There are plenty of countries to live in where you cannot have guns. There are other states you can live in that it's restricted. And if New Hampshire's rules don't fit with you, you should move to one of these other places, not try to change one of the last few places in this country that still follows that part of our Constitution to the letter of the law. You have the right to bear arms as a citizen, period. Now, euthanasia, we all put up with Dr. Kevorkian as long as he didn't make a big deal out of it. But then he started getting very vocal and it made it in newspapers and suddenly judges didn't favor on him anymore, no matter how compassionate what he was doing. Now, some of these people need an effective end. And we use death by firing squad because it's compassionate, not because it's horrible. And so you let these people do it if they need to. That's their right, and don't take it away from them. And to delay that sort of thing 3 more days is to make that person suffer 3 more days or borrow a firearm from somebody else who shouldn't feel the guilt of letting them borrow a firearm to let them meet their ends. This is just another way to get a stirrup for a foothold to stomp on our Constitution. We need to save our rights, what few are left. Because what happens is when we make an order, like we did with Dave Scanlon said, well, we're going to change the voting rules. You're going to be able to go vote in the primary and just switch your party at the same day in the same office. Just vote for the Republican Party and then switch over to whichever one you want to be in the actual election. It's not fair. We bring it into the court, and here it is. The federal court rules that it has no standing because it affects every single citizen. You got to put it on the ballot. So if this gets ruined for us, we have to wait to another election to fix it. And I bet the same election, the people who make this happen won't get reelected. Remember that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call, it looks like Michael Johns. It's Michaeljo Jonas? Is there somebody named Michael? Okay, we're gonna move on. The chair will call Penny Dean. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am deeply opposed to this bill, not only ideologically, but because it's flawed. And it actually punishes gun dealers more than anything. If anyone reads what's written and thinks about what it says, I start with page 1 and I start with lines 11 through lines 13. And those who wrote this has no concept of the laws that govern firearm dealers. Federal firearms licensees, which is what they're referring to, says a licensed importer, licensed manufacturer, licensed dealer, or licensed collector shall make available records of firearm sales for inspection by BATF during normal business hours. That's not what the law says right now. And I don't know if federal or if state law can impose restrictions on federally licensed dealers. That's something I have not done research on, but here's what I can tell you, is that the ATF, as some has called them, jackbooted thugs, are brutal to dealers. Right now, they are only allowed to inspect licensees if they are in active investigation of a crime or in the annual one-year inspection. And Congress actually had to add the annual one-year inspection because ATF was brutalizing and abusing gun dealers. What this says is that ATF can go on a fishing expedition anytime they want. Anytime they want. When ATF comes into a dealer and goes through their books, it is incredibly disruptive and for some cases incredibly expensive, because what happens is they have to pull out their entire books and let ATF go through them. That means going line by line, page by page, and usually it means 3 or 4 ATF agents in the store shutting things down for a week or two at a time as a practical matter. Yes, they still run business as best they can, but it's incredibly disruptive. And the other thing is, what you're now doing is allow an ATF to fish where they could not before. Next, we talk about the hunter education course. All the exemptions really make it so how many people are you actually keeping from doing this? But here's the other problem. When can people get into hunter education classes? I have been a hunter education instructor for 17 years. I'm actually litigating with Fish and Game right now for wrongfully renewing and restoring my credentials and lying in letters to me. And probably I'll end up bringing suit against the state over it. But what's important to know here is that hunter education classes are only scheduled a few months of the year. Generally, hunter education classes are scheduled maybe April, May, June, July, August, and each team schedules them when they choose to, but generally not during hunting season because most of the instructors who teach hunter education are hunters. So therefore, you have this cadre diminishing all the time of hunter education instructors because you have to be certified. And the question is, so you're going to make a person, as a practical matter, if they want to get this exemption, maybe wait 6 or 8 months before they can get in a hunter education class. And even then, they're usually full. The question is, active duty state, county, or municipal law enforcement officers, all of those, why should they be exempt? Maybe exempt because you think they already have guns, but I really don't like carve-outs like that where they're being given special rights compared to our citizens. The issue of restraining order, I think, is going to become very problematic because what you're going to force dealers to do as a practical matter is, number one, they're going to want to call the courts and verify it because they don't know what a restraining order looks like. Second, they're going to want to keep a copy for the records. The restrained party might not like that at all. And thirdly, if they can't get through to a court, I have a feeling what you're going to do is people with restraining orders, the dealers are not going to want to sell to because they're afraid of this liability, because on the last page, any person who violates any provision of this chapter shall be guilty of a Class B felony. That's going to get a dealer's attention right quick. And so you're going to say is that even me, as a lawyer, if I call the court call center, they're going to put me through to a court where I don't know if they put regular people through directly to the court and make them deal with the call center. And I ask if an order is valid, all they're going to tell me is that this order in ABC docket with John Smith and Sally Lou was issued on this date. That's what they're going to tell me. They're not going to allow me to read the order to them or read the order to me. Anybody with a $5 printer can pony up court orders every day of the week if that's what they so inclined, or edit them or change them. And so I think that's a big, big deal. how are these poor dealers going to be expected to verify these court orders? Are they going to be certified, which means you've got to wait a while for certification, and the person only has one certified? The next thing is what's now going to be required of the dealers for record keeping? That hasn't even been addressed here, but that's a big issue. What are you going to require, which I'm not sure, with all due respect to the state, that they have the right to require federally licensed dealers to keep the records? And I think you have to look at this and say, I don't know if you have the authority, and if so, how are you going to change their record keeping? The other thing is, this is an or expressed to a law enforcement officer a reasonable fear of his or her own personal safety. Is this going to require any more false charges? Because I go, okay, I don't think I can get a restraining order, but I'm going to tell law enforcement whatever. People aren't going to think the next step through, that once they express this fear to law enforcement, that may result in charges to that person, because law enforcement says, oh, that sounds like criminal threatening to me. We're going to charge him. Oh, I don't want him charged. I just want to be able to get a gun here. And so you think about this and you say, how is this mechanically going to work? More important, when people talk about gun violence, violence is a term that if you look in the dictionary, it's an active term. There is no such thing as gun violence. A firearm is an inanimate object that can only act on the basis of a human taking care of it and acting. So I think that putting this in effect, and I think the timeline, and I think as a practical matter, this is a logistical nightmare, in addition to the fact that I'm morally, ethically, and legally opposed to it. But I'm happy to answer mechanical questions. But I think as a practical matter, whoever wrote this has never dealt with courts and understands how this would actually be implemented.
Good. Thank you very much, Ms. Dean, for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call Corinne Baker. She had to leave? Okay. The chair will call Richard, is it Daigle? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Daigle.
Good afternoon, senators. I'm not a public speaker, but I've had experience with waiting periods.
Thank you.
And I'm going to tell you a little story, and I can prove everything I tell you. I was traveling on business in 1992, and I found myself in Los Angeles, California in April 1992 for the LA riots. I got there on Sunday, and on Thursday they had the Rodney King verdict. I was in KTLA studios at the time, and Dennis Miller was joking about the verdict on the air. My wife actually taped it, so I've got that. The riot started that night, and I went to my hotel. The next day I went to work. At 2 o'clock, they said you have to leave because they're riding a block away. Now, I'm a gun expert. I was an expert at the time. I've shot high master scores. I'm a range safety officer. But when I travel, I'm completely disarmed. So what I did, at that point, I left the city. I went up to San Bernardino. I was heading up towards Sepulveda, right by the stadium, Dodger Stadium. Took me 3 hours to go 60 miles. I stopped, and I thought I was safe, and I was in Monrovia, California. I stopped at a Jack in the Box because I was hungry at that point. I'm calling my wife on the phone, which is on the corner of the, we didn't have cell phones at the time. But I was in a phone booth. And I look and I see people riding right around me. There was a Circuit City across the road. They were going across the road with sticks and bricks to break in. They broke into Circuit City. So I got in my Lumina, my white guy in a white Lumina. I backed up and I went down the road. Some guy was going to throw a brick at me. So I made sure he didn't do that. I escaped around him. And I went up to Victorville, California that night, and I thought, I really want a firearm. I mean, I know how to shoot. I haven't hurt anybody in 81 years, I want a firearm. And the guy said, no problem. This was the next day, by the way. No problem, he says, just sign this 15-day waiting period. Sign this form, come back in 15 days. All I'm telling you is I feel bad for all the stories I've heard here. I can't believe some of these stories. But I do believe them. It's very sad what's happened to our kids, okay? But I don't think that disenfranchising somebody like me is going to solve that problem.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Daigle. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call Marie Morgan. Is there a Marie? Oh, here we go. You're quiet. Good afternoon, Ms. Morgan.
Thank you, Senator Carson, and I want to thank the committee for your patience, for being a state senator. It means a lot, especially when you know the time you spend doing it and how much you get paid. This is a very serious subject, and just sitting here today, I was able to do some research. But first, I'll say I do agree with the sponsor of this bill. Representative Muse had some excellent points. One, which is like, hey, you order a new truck, they don't have it. You have to wait. You order something from Amazon, you have to wait. Healthcare, another issue. It's pretty obvious. When you want something, you don't always get it right away. It's not an opinion, it's fact. Senator Hammond, Senator Abbas had some questions. They said, what are the stats across the country about other states where the rules are, if it takes time to obtain the gun, does that reduce homicide rates? I believe that was your question earlier. Picked up the phone, giffords.org, pages and pages, all kinds of information about the states and the time it takes to get a gun there. It's more statistics on how many suicides, homicides have been prevented. It also goes on to mention the National Academy of Science study from 2017, which David Trumbull, a lawyer, also a former candidate for state rep, mentioned. So the information is there. And I hope that if you don't get the links, you must have a ton of emails there. But the information is there, and it tells you how these delays in obtaining the guns can help. Senator Carson, you had a question about this 3-day business that after 30 minutes, Representative Lynn, a former judge in New Hampshire, talked about. Well, 1993, I think most of you here remember Mr. Brady in President Reagan's cabinet was shot. As a result, the Brady Law was passed, and it required firearm dealers to run a background check. Well, since then, I guess it can take as little as 30 seconds to get that result, if the person's name is not in the record. But if they don't get back to you after 3 business days, it does say that first day doesn't count, Senator Carson. So it'd be 3 business days later. It doesn't say so many hours, it says business days. Which, after that, the firearms dealer, we're not talking about private people. That's a whole nother issue, which should have some attention. But private dealers can give the gun after 3 days. My issue with this bill is I think it should be more than 3 days. This young woman, this mother was here, and I've heard her story before. But the question is, how many mothers have to be in this room and testify to you that their son, 30 minutes earlier, got a firearm in the state of New Hampshire and killed himself or herself? How many mothers? 2, 5, 10, 25? How many women or fathers will it take? That's the question here. This should be a unanimous decision. I'm not talking about opinions. I'm talking about facts. Which is better, to just wait 3 days or more? Again, I appreciate your time serving as senators, and I hope you don't have to stay too much longer today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, I've gone through everyone who had checked off that they wanted to speak. Mr. Skimkin, you've already spoken? So you wanted to speak for yourself as well? Okay, please come forward then.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee, for hearing my testimony. The things that I will tell you, you have not heard, and I suspect you would wait a very long time before you would ever hear them. By way of introduction, my name is Jay Simpkin. I'm a resident of Nashua, New Hampshire. I've held a federal firearms license since mid-1983, since mid-1993 here in New Hampshire. Lawmakers who consider bills dealing with firearms ought to know that gun control is no more sensible a public policy in the U.S. than was central economic planning in the ex-Soviet Union. And the reason is that both policies, gun control and central economic planning, had or have fatal flaws that foredoomed them. I will not give you the full detail of my testimony as to the Soviet Union, but they embarked on central economic planning in 1928. Planners in Moscow set quotas for every mine, factory, fishery, and farm, and those quotas had force of law. The goal was to make Soviet Russia quickly a major industrial power. The policy was foredoomed because, as most of us know, Russia is known for very severe winters. In that era, Russia had few roads. It relied on railways. The railways were mostly substandard. And there are other reasons listed here. To crush Ukrainian smallholder farmers who rejected Moscow's demand that they join huge government-owned farms, Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin sent armed police to seize every speck of food that these farmers had. The result was 7 to 8 million Ukrainians were murdered by starvation. They were defenseless because in 1918, as best I know, the new Soviet regime adopted gun control. And I provide a specific source citation for that statement. Even as the evidence mounted that central economic planning made Soviets poorer, Soviet leaders doubled down, and in 1989, as we know, the Soviet Union collapsed in bankruptcy. Gun control is as seductive a public policy and just as flawed. I doubt there's anyone in this room, or that since the beginning of these hearings there has been anyone in this room, who can tell you approximately how many firearms there were in the United States at the end of 2022. I can. The number is 474 million. And that's a low-end computation because the government hasn't released data for imports for 19, 21, and 22. Anyone who believes that something so numerous and mainly concealable can be controlled is, bluntly put, foaming at the mouth crazy. Those who do math will know that there are obviously more firearms in the United States than there are residents. So the notion that, oh, a 3-day waiting period is going to stop someone from getting a firearm is facially absurd, because firearms are everywhere. People can go into social media sites and find folks who have firearms that they want to sell. Criminals own firearms that they will sell or rent. In short, what you have been told is based on a falsehood. And the falsehood is that firearms can be controlled. It's a very basic falsehood. And it makes gun control an absurd policy. Those who tell you, well, we want to exempt law enforcement and members of the armed forces from this waiting period, those are two of the demographics in which suicide is more common than the general population. If anyone should be subject to waiting periods, it's peace officers and those in the military, especially those in the special operations units. It's very high-stress work. In short, this waiting period will only burden the vast majority of firearm buyers who are law-abiding. To enact SB 577 bespeaks a hatred of firearms as intense as that of Hamas for Jews. As to SB 571, which requires all firearm sales to be mediated by a dealer, it should be clear to those able to do basic math that those who cannot lawfully acquire a firearm don't go to dealers. We've had background checks for 25 years, since November of 1998. In my testimony, I provide an extract from the FBI NICS operational report for 2022. Of 133,507 background checks on New Hampshire residents acquiring long guns, 239, 0.18% were denied. Some of those denials likely were reversed, but even if not, the number of folks who go to dealers and who get denied is very slim. As a dealer, I don't want to handle transactions involving parties unknown, because a single letter or a single digit error in my records can justify revocation of my FFL. There is no fee that I can expect to get that justifies taking that risk. The more so that as things stand, the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives seeks to shut down dealers. So this bill, if enacted, requiring, again, all firearm transactions to be mediated by dealers, presupposes that dealers will take on risk irrationally. And there are some who will. I'm not going to be one of them. Bottom line, with close to 500 million firearms in the U.S., gun control is foredoomed. And for this committee and this legislature to make further enactments in that realm is utterly bizarre. I also, in closing, provide you with data from the FBI Crime in the United States and the FBI Crime Explorer Since 2015, there has been a gradual decline in the incidence of violent crime in New Hampshire. There were 202.4 such crimes per 100,000 residents in 2015. In 2022, there were 125.6. Anyone who posits that firearms are a public safety problem in New Hampshire is not grounded in reality. Note that I cite the data sources. And I'm grateful to some of the other witnesses who did cite data sources. Most did not. And I think that's a problem. I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have for me regarding my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Simkin. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, so everyone who has signed up to speak has spoken. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak to Senate Bill 577? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing and the committee will be in recess for 15 minutes. Seeing it's 4 o'clock, the committee is going to come out of recess, and we're going to open the public hearing on Senate Bill 571 FN and recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Altshuler. It's been a long day, Senator.
Yes, yes, it has. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chairwoman Carson, honorable committee members. My name, for the record, is Deborah Altshuler. I represent Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Exeter, Greenland, Stratham, Rye, Hampton, Hampton Falls, and Northampton. Senate Bill 571 has the potential to significantly enhance the safety and well-being of our communities by instituting background checks for commercial sales of firearms here in New Hampshire. It is an unfortunate reality that firearms can sometimes fall into the wrong hands, posing a threat to public safety. The Firearms Safety and Public Protection Act, encapsulated in Senate Bill 571, is a robust response to this concern as it seeks to implement background checks for all commercial firearm sales in our state. The purpose and intent behind this legislation are clear. We aim to ensure that commercial firearm sales are processed through licensed firearm dealers who will facilitate comprehensive background checks. To preemptively answer the question, why is this necessary? In New Hampshire, we need to strengthen our commitment to preventing firearms from reaching individuals with a history of criminal activity, domestic abuse, or mental illness. This legislation provides a carefully crafted framework addressing key definitions, processes, and safeguards to strike the right balance between protecting our Second Amendment rights and ensuring public safety. It does not restrict responsible gun ownership, but rather ensures that those who seek to engage in commercial firearm transactions do so in a manner that prioritizes the safety of our communities. Requiring background checks on all gun sales is proven to reduce gun violence. State laws requiring background checks for all handgun sales by point of sale check and/or permit are associated with lower firearm homicide rates, lower firearm suicide rates, and lower firearm trafficking. When Connecticut passed a law requiring background checks both for a handgun purchase permit and the point of sale, its firearm homicide rate decreased by 40% and its firearm suicide rate decreased by 15%. By mandating the involvement of licensed firearm dealers in commercial sales, we add an extra layer of accountability into the process. These dealers will conduct background checks complying with federal, state, and local laws and will facilitate the transfer of firearms only if the transaction is lawful. This not only protects our citizens, but also upholds the integrity of responsible firearm ownership. The successful completion of background checks, as stipulated in RSA 159F, ensures that no firearm will be delivered until the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS, issues a proceed response, affirming that the purchaser is eligible to possess the firearm. This measure adds a crucial step in preventing firearms from falling in the wrong hands. To the argument from opponents of this gun violence prevention measure who say conducting background checks on all firearm sales will be a burden to consumers trying to access a federally licensed dealer, it is not. The access citizens in New Hampshire have presently is widespread. According to the data from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, there were 380 federally licensed dealers of firearms in New Hampshire as of January 2022, or 28.0 for every 100,000 people, the 20th most among all the states. The concentration of gun stores reflects current demand for firearms in this state, as New Hampshire ranks in the top half for both measures adjusting for population. FBI firearm background check data, which is a close proximity for firearm sales, shows that an estimated 66,013 guns were sold in New Hampshire in the first half of 2022, or 4,871 for every 100,000 people, the 15th most among the states. This is the most current data available. Senate Bill 571 also outlines penalties for violations and mandates that local law enforcement agencies report such violations to federal authorities. This ensures that any breaches of the law are addressed swiftly and appropriately, creating a deterrent for those who might consider engaging in illegal firearm transactions. I need to reiterate, this legislation does not infringe upon the rights of law-abiding citizens to own firearms. It introduces responsible measures to prevent firearms from reaching individuals who, by law, should not possess them. What about the law-abiding citizens, though? What about Grammy wanting to gift her grandchild a weapon? To address this concern, I have attached Amendment 0096 to satisfy that exact objection. It is identical to the original language of Senate Bill 571 and adds on page 3, lines 1 through 9, exceptions. The most important being line 3. Between individuals, provided that neither party to the transaction is a prohibited person. If the status of an individual's eligibility to own or possess a firearm cannot be ascertained, the transaction shall be completed through a licensed firearm dealer pursuant to RSA 159F. Since the Supreme Court ruled that citizens may keep a handgun at home for self-defense in the District of Columbia versus Heller, courts across the country have reaffirmed that gun safety laws are constitutional and not in conflict with Second Amendment rights. Finally, I want to stress the Firearm Safety and Public Protection Act is not just a piece of legislation. It is a commitment to the safety and security of our communities. It strikes a balance between individual rights and collective well-being, providing a framework that ensures responsible firearm ownership. I urge the committee to reject the siren song of the culture war promulgated by opponents of gun violence prevention efforts. Their songs of fear, of the mythical gun grabber, are sung atop the mountains of money made by the firearm industry that has a net worth of $28 billion. The only thing being grabbed at is dollars. The refrains of "these laws only inhibit law-abiding gun owners" are tone deaf. We have gun laws to deter dangerous behavior related to where we can shoot weapons, RSA 2073, and what time of day we can hunt, RSA 2088. We prohibit the use of armor-piercing bullets, RSA 15918, and take Second Amendment rights away from felons, RSA 159.3. Comprehensive background checks are a necessary piece of the public safety infrastructure and will help us take a significant step towards safer and more secure New Hampshire. Please listen to the 85% of Granite State gun owners who support background checks for all gun sales with an ought to pass recommendation for Senate Bill 571.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony, Senator. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Gannon.
We'll just put the bill down for a second and we'll just talk. So I won a raffle this summer, got a gun. I went in and they did a background check.
Congratulations.
Thank you. They did a background check. Where is that falling short right now? So I went in, they ran that, I filled out a form, information. I said I, hadn't been adjudicated mentally ill, all these things, 2-page form. And then they ran a background check with the in Washington, with my license. I came up clean. They gave me the gun and I left. What are you adding to it? I listened to you and I read it, but I didn't pick up what you're adding to what we already have. So they did a background check. It was my first gun I've ever got. And so they did a background check. What are you adding to that we already have through the federal gun line?
So right now, if in New Hampshire, if the person, for instance, Senator Gannon, who ran that raffle, decided to just give you that gun at the time of the raffle, that actually, they could do that. You don't have to run a background check. You, if you were so inclined, could give me that gun. You could gift it to me.
Okay.
And you would not have to do a background check on that. So right now we have a gaping hole in that when you buy from a licensed firearm dealer, or in the case that you entered a raffle from a responsible organization who conducted a background check. But that is not required by our law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Senator Altschuler,
Yes.
I have hopefully just a quick question. So in looking at this, what I think is happening is, well, you, Senator Gannon, and he won the gun in a raffle, and he goes, oh, darn, I already have this gun. I don't want it anymore. I'm going to give it to Senator Altschuler. In order for that to happen, according to this legislation, Senator Gannon would have to take the gun to a licensed gun dealer, and who may or may not charge him a fee, and then run your name through NICS to make sure that you are an appropriate person to own a gun. And only after all of that is done can you take possession of the gun. Am I correct?
Ideally, yes.
Okay.
If Senator Gannon is unaware that I have a domestic violence restraining order against me, he shouldn't be giving me that firearm. If he doesn't know, then he shouldn't be selling me or giving me that firearm. He should be going through a federally licensed firearm dealer to ascertain my fitness in getting that firearm. And so if you look at lines 1 through 9, the exception is between individuals, provided neither party to the transaction is a prohibited person. If the status of an individual's eligibility to own or possess a firearm cannot be ascertained, the transaction shall be completed through a licensed firearm dealer. So if Senator Gannon wanted to sell me that firearm or gift it to me, and he was knowledgeable that I am eligible, then he could do that. But if there's any question, that transaction should go through a licensed firearm dealer.
I just have another question. And I'm going to use the two of you again because you used the two of you. Senator Gannon is at a gun show and he owns an antique gun that he is selling. Say it's an old musket or an old flintlock or something like that. Now, right now, he can just sell you that gun at the gun show without really anything happening. It's my understanding, and I very well could be wrong. Would he still now have to take that gun under this legislation, take that gun, take it again to a dealer, a licensed dealer, and go through all that process before you could take possession of that gun?
Thank you. Thank you for asking the question about antiques. I refer you to page 1 of the legislation, line 16.
Okay.
That the term firearm shall not include antique firearm as defined in 18 U.S. Section 921A16, or a weapon that has been rendered permanently inoperable and is incapable of being readily restored to a firing condition. So if he wanted to sell me an antique from my collection on the wall, that if it fits that description, no.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. And finally, have you discussed this legislation with any federally licensed dealers to get their opinion about this?
I have discussed this with people. No, not specifically. No. But we do recognize that this offers a unique business opportunity for our federally licensed firearm dealers to create a whole new system of operations within their businesses, and those who don't wish to do so, this opens up opportunities for other people.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Are there
Certainly.
any further questions? Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It's my understanding that the point of background checks is to prevent.
Sorry, the point of
background checks is to
Background, yes.
prevent a prohibited person from purchasing or acquiring a firearm. So I guess my question is, how many people that are otherwise prohibited from acquiring a firearm are actually acquiring them through means of gifts or transfers or auctions or whatnot? And how many of them would be prevented from actually purchasing them if this would become law?
That's an excellent question, Senator Abbas. And had we been empowered in the United States to collect gun violence prevention data, but we have not been by law for many years now, we might be able to answer that. But we do know that not all firearm transactions happen at a federally licensed firearm dealer. And New Hampshire has a gaping hole that allows for people to gift and sell to anyone at all, privately. So private transactions are wholly unregulated. We have no idea. So we actually should be getting a hold of that, because it would only be appropriate for public safety to know that people who are purchasing a firearm are indeed appropriate to own one, that they are not felons, that they don't have a domestic violence restraining order against them, that they haven't been adjudicated mentally ill. So yeah, we don't know.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. But isn't it true that it's already against the law to transfer or otherwise sell a firearm to a convicted felon?
It is. So how is that person checking though? If you sold me a weapon this afternoon, how do you know? How do you know? You're not a licensed firearm dealer. You can't run a NICS check. You don't know. You got to take my word for it. And is that a way to, conduct business with the most deadliest weapon we have? No. I submit to you, it's not.
So last follow-up. So do you believe that by passing this law, it would prevent such transfers and sales to people who are otherwise prohibited under the law?
I believe that if we were to take the bold step of passing Senate Bill 571, it would be an excellent first step in preventing the transfer of firearms to prohibited people. We don't take that precaution right now at all. So yes, I think it would help. If you are looking for, will it solve all of our problems? It's not an appropriate ask of any piece of legislation. They all work in concert with each other. No one thing prevents all other things. It has to work together. But if you take no steps, then you get nowhere. So we need to start taking some steps. This is a really good first step to monitor all firearm transactions so that we know that they are not between prohibited people.
You all set?
Just
No, go on. That's fine.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my questions. What I'm trying to get at, though, there are some firearms that are acquired in the black market or at the street level transactions, which this wouldn't really prevent any of that from happening. So I guess, do you have any information on the amount of people who are otherwise a prohibited person that acquire them at the street level or in the black market as opposed to private transactions amongst family members or friends?
Do I have data about criminals transferring guns between each other? That is not something that criminal enterprises normally report on. So no, I don't. And to the question about the black market, we regulate all kinds of things and don't assume that that will stop all issues around it. You know, we have taken a very bold step in New Hampshire, for instance, that you can only buy one little box of Sudafed at a time. Period. Right? And you have to give your license, and you're not allowed to buy more than once a month. And did we pat ourselves on the back and say, well, we solved the methamphetamine crisis because now people can't buy enough Sudafed to crush it all up and make methamphetamines? We didn't say that, but we took a good first step because that helps. All seatbelts don't prevent every death, but it certainly helps. So you have to do something that helps. This helps, and it not only does it help, but it's constitutional. So we can take a really bold public safety first step and help.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. I wanted to point out that we're very fortunate to have Dr. Jeffrey Fetter, who is the Chief Medical Officer for New Hampshire Hospital, who has ducked away today with us. And respectfully, I'd ask that the committee recognize him as quickly as possible so he can get back to the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the chair will call Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I appear in opposition to this bill. And I have two major reasons for opposing it. The first is, and I think this is really important to understand, if we wanted to, and frankly, if this were going to be done, it would make much more sense to have it done at the federal level, because at the state level, it would be quite an undertaking. But if we wanted to, but bear in mind, both at the federal level and around all the states, the way these universal background check legislation is always proposed is that the background check is conducted through a dealer. So that, as Senator Ashler pointed out, you would be required under this bill, if you were not a licensed gun dealer, and you wanted to sell a gun to somebody, you'd have to go to a licensed gun dealer to have the dealer run the transaction in effect on its books. The dealer would have to reflect on its books that it took in the gun from you as the seller, could call the NCIS check, conducted the check on the buyer, and then transferred the gun to the buyer. But that's not the only way. If you really wanted to have, if we were really interested in having background checks run, that's not the only way that it could happen. The government could establish a system in which there'd be no need to go through a dealer, that individuals could conduct the background checks themselves. Now that would, in order to maintain privacy and things like that, you'd have to establish a system where of passwords and individuals, so that a way to make sure that I wasn't just nosily trying to find out if my neighbor had a criminal record and I was just calling up, out of being nosy or something. But you could establish a system whereby individuals could conduct background checks without having to go through a dealer. And that's one thing I think is very important to consider. And the other thing, and one of the dealers that was here kind of touched on this, there is nothing in this bill that requires a dealer to accept the transaction. So if I want to sell a gun to you, Senator, and I'm not a licensed dealer, and we go to the dealer and say, listen, will you run this transaction through your books and conduct the background check on Senator Carson? The dealer can say, thanks, but no thanks. I'm not going to do that. And so, it's not as if we're sort of assuming that dealers will be willing to do this, where it's not a firearm that they actually own, so to speak, and are going to make a profit on. So presumably they're going to charge some fee to do this. And some of them may not be willing to do that, as the dealer who was here earlier mentioned. And I suspect that he's not alone in saying, I'm not gonna get involved in this. This is a sort of a waste of time. I mean, I would, as an example, I would find it very unlikely that a firearms dealer of any size, like for example, Shooter's Outpost or Outlet in Hooksett, I would find it very unlikely that they would be willing, if you and I came into them and said, "Hey, listen, I want to sell. I want to sell my 22 plinking rifle to Senator Carson. Will you run it through your books?" I suspect that they would say, we haven't got time for this. We're not willing to do this. We're not going to make any real money on this. Why would we do this? So I think that's an important consideration. The other very important consideration that I think you need to keep in mind is there is a concerted effort by the current administration, and frankly, it was less aggressive, but there was an effort even by the prior Obama administration to reduce to the greatest extent possible the number of dealers around the country. They've adopted this zero tolerance policy, so-called. And I have a friend of some of you may know him, Attorney Sean List, is somebody I know relatively well, who represents a lot of gun dealers, and he just tells me that some of the horror stories of literally some minor paperwork violation where no intention to deceive anybody or whatever, a serial number was the wrong number, was written down in some fashion or other, where ATF is seeking really way out of whack penalties, taking the licenses away, whatever. And that is in pursuit of a goal of having as few firearms dealers around the country as you could. So put those two things together. You've now got to conduct a transaction through a dealer, and we're trying to reduce as great an extent as possible the number of dealers. That doesn't sound very good for something that is a constitutional right. The second point I'd make, and I think this really is more important, is this. This will not accomplish the goal that it's designed to accomplish. And what I would ask you to think about is this. I think that the evidence would show that there are three ways in which people acquire firearms that are used in crimes. The first is, unfortunately, often what happens when we see about some mass shooting on TV, the person acquired the gun legally. They went to a dealer, a background check was conducted, and they were either because we don't appropriately capture mental health records. And as I pointed out before, I think that is an area where we should try to do a better job. Or because the person doesn't have any mental health issues. The person just, has no history of a criminal record and has no history of mental health record and has just snapped and decided that today's the day I'm going to do something terrible and does something terrible and buys a gun and does something terrible. There is really nothing you can do about that situation because there's just nothing. The person is not a prohibited person. The second way that guns are acquired, that are used in crime, is guns are stolen. And that is a huge source of guns that are used in crime. And again, it's already against the law to commit a burglary or a robbery and steal property, including guns. So that's this bill isn't going to do anything about that. The third thing, and this is what this bill is I think is supposedly is designed to deal with, but it really, I submit to you respectfully, is not a big problem. That is this. Someone like me, or maybe some of you, I own several guns. My hobby is target shooting, so I go target shooting all the time. In fact, If it wasn't so late, I would be going to Nashua to Fish and Game to shoot pistol tonight, but I'm not going to be able to make it because this has gone on this so long, and I completely understand why. But it's somebody like me who I might own, 10 guns of various kinds, for example, and occasionally I will sell a gun or buy a gun. I might buy, one gun in 3 years or sell one gun in 3 years. And most of the time, the overwhelming majority of time that I don't sell a gun to somebody that I don't know. It's some other shooter or whatever that I'm selling a gun to. And so is it possible that that gun is going to end up in a crime? I suppose it is, but seems to me, if you think about it, pretty unlikely. So what are the types of people that end up selling guns that get used in crime? It's people who are in the business of selling guns to marginalized people, to people who either are criminals or for one other reason are people that everyone in this room would know you shouldn't be selling a gun to. They're doing that as a business making activity. They regularly sell those guns, and people who are in the market to use a gun in a crime, many of them kind of know who those people are. Well, those people who are regularly in the business of selling guns, they're already violating the law. They are firearms dealers, and they're not licensed by the federal government. And that's already a crime. And so they haven't been, the fact that it's already a crime hasn't, stopped them from engaging in that activity. You think you're going to pass this law? It's going to stop them? It will stop me. I will get, if you pass this law and I want to sell a gun to Senator Carson, we will go to the dealer because neither one of us wants to violate the law. But the person who is the problem, who is the main problem in these kinds of situations, the person who is in the business of selling guns to criminals for use in crime, they're not going to comply with this law any more than they comply with the law that says if you regularly sell guns and you're in the business of selling guns, you have to have a federal firearms license. They're not going to comply with this law any more than they comply with that one. And so for those reasons, I really think that this is not a good idea. And I would urge you to vote no on this bill. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
The chair will call Dr. Jeffrey Fetter.
Chairwoman Carson and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm Jeffrey Fetter, practicing physician in New Hampshire Hospital and the Chief Medical Officer for New Hampshire Hospital. I'm here today as a member of the New Hampshire Medical Society and the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society, testifying in support of SB 571. For the record, although I am employed by Dartmouth Health and work at New Hampshire Hospital, I am not speaking for those organizations today. Like the organizations I am here representing, based on my own experience as a physician, I believe two measures the legislature is considering this session go hand in hand. First, NICS reporting of patients found by a judge to be dangerous, as HB 1711 will do. And secondly, giving New Hampshire citizens the assurance that all gun purchases have been cleared by NICS, as the legislation before you, SB 571, will do. Implementing universal background checks is the only way to make full use of the NICS reporting done currently in almost all other states, which may soon be done in New Hampshire as well. SB 571 will be one of the most important steps we can take to prevent events similar to what happened on November 17th, 2023, and to prevent loss of life as what occurred to Officer Bradley Haas. That afternoon, I was in my office at New Hampshire Hospital on a Zoom call when my administrative assistant burst into my office, slammed my door, and said she had just seen a man get shot. I quickly locked my door and pushed a table against it in case he was right behind her. And then I asked her to tell me what she knew. She said she saw the shooting in the front entrance just seconds ago. I could not see into the entrance from my office like usual because of the construction that's there right now. I told her to wait under my desk until I came back for her. I figured I could make it to incident command before he could get upstairs if I hurried. So I ran from my office to the conference room that serves that purpose while yelling active shooter, as I had not heard the alarm on the overhead speakers. Our leadership seemed to be gathering in the CEO's office without a clear idea what was going on. So my associate medical directors and I joined there. It had more locked doors for protection. Still, no one had heard an overhead alarm. So our priority was alerting every unit and staff member in the hospital that there was a code silver. Maybe 15 of us in the office calling and texting staff all over, not knowing who knew what. I tried calling the switchboard in the campus police office, but there was no answer. At first, I thought they were swamped with calls until it clicked with me that the shooting occurred right there. So they had likely evacuated. Out the window, I saw a line of officers advancing toward the hospital. I suggested we all stay down and away from the windows so as not to be mistaken for a threat. We began to text with our CEO, who was with the commissioner, and our COO, who was in the police incident command, to try to understand how we could assist. I understood there were 1 or 2 people down, but that is shot, but that with all clinical staff locked down, we were unable to render care. Staff were locked down with anxious patients in odd rooms throughout the hospital, asking for expedited evacuation. I texted my wife and family what I did know. We were all flooded with texts and calls. It was hard to keep up while thinking straight about what to do next in the moment. SWAT teams were sweeping the building within minutes, and I was told we would only be allowed 1 doctor to stay behind with the patients while they cleared the building. I selected one I knew who had relevant experience. And when the SWAT teams came to evacuate us in the office after about an hour, we had our hands up as they entered and got their permission to go get others in the area who we knew were sheltering, including my secretary, who had been vomiting in the trash under my desk. From the second floor lobby, as we were evacuated, I could see scores of officers below, all in fatigues with machine guns, lying about the main lobby like the soldiers in the Capitol on January 6th. It was reassuring, surreal, and heartbreaking all at once. In the hours that followed, as the police attended to the crime scene and completed their sweeps of the building, there were countless acts of courage and care on the part of neighbors, patients, and staff, too many to mention. But I will mention one, the generous donation that Assistant Commissioner Henn facilitated from Constantly Pizza, who fed all of our patients when our kitchen was down. This was our number one safety concern because hungry turns ugly in settings like New Hampshire Hospital. We were all very grateful and relieved. Since that day, there's been both expected and unexpected fallout from November 17th. There are patients who have been stabilized after long years, now having lost many of their gains. I myself saw fully armed officers patrolling patient units in the weeks afterwards, which anyone with experience on a psych ward knows would be deeply unsettling and re-traumatizing to patients and staff. There are staff who had to take time off or seek help for the stress of living with what they saw. For 3 of us, this was their second active shooter event. There was one at Dartmouth Hitchcock a number of years ago. For me, I was deeply angry in the immediate aftermath. Angry that I couldn't help a man down in my own hospital. Angry that a man who has honorably served his community for decades should lose his life and the family lose their time with him. Angry that we have not somehow been able to prevent this as a hospital, as a mental health system, or as a society. Angry that we have spent years trying to build this hospital into something good, where people with mental illness can be cared for, families can be comfortable leaving their loved ones with us, where people can spend a productive career advancing the field and doing meaningful work, and to think that on November 17th, so much of that was lost, and that it could have perhaps been prevented. You can't help but relive it. From formal event reviews, reminders around the hospital like signs and cards, well-meaning friends and family who want to support you and trying to support your own colleagues. Vivid memories come to mind every day. Remembering the surprise of the thought, I could really die today. The helplessness of being trapped. and the guilty worry, I hope I'm doing everything I can to not let my people down. And yet the very next day, with the Franklin shooting, it seemed the whole world had just moved on. We don't know if the New Hampshire hospital shooter bought his guns from a licensed dealer or an unlicensed dealer, but that's the point of this bill. It shouldn't matter. SB 571 would create continuity in the law, requiring background checks for all gun purchases, whether the seller is licensed or not. I am a psychiatrist. I hear stories every week where any reasonable person would say, well, that guy shouldn't have a gun. Where a patient's family member would thank you for making sure they don't have a gun. Where patients themselves, later, in a different state of mind and not in their darkest moment, would be grateful that there was a proper public safety mechanism in our state law when it comes to purchasing a gun. For these reasons, I urge the House Judiciary Committee to recommend ought to pass on SB 571 and for you to give us this tool to keep our patients and the public safe. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to take a question if there is any.
Please, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Thank you very much, Dr. Fetter, for your testimony here this afternoon. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair will call, let's see, where'd he go? Justin Davis.
Honorable members of the committee, once again, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Justin Davis. I represent tens of thousands of NRA members and law-abiding gun owners throughout the Granite State. SB 571, the Universal Background Check Bill, I think it's been summed up already, so I don't want to take too much more of your time. All transfers and purchases through FFL dealers already have to go through these background checks through NICS. That's already mandated in federal law. That's duplicative. It's unnecessary. Oftentimes, these universal background check laws like this, the biggest thing is it infringes on people to transfer those within a family or friends that they already know are not prohibited, right? So my father has a old Marlin 22 bolt action rifle, not a threat to anybody, knows I'm an unprohibited person, provides me that rifle through a transfer. Under this law, we'd have to go to an FFL. If they accept it, pay a fee at their choosing, do extensive background work, filling out paperwork, providing that information to do that transfer, which would usually just be handed down from father to son. There are transfers where people buy through private sales. It's already illegal to sell a firearm to a prohibited person, resulting in many people, when they do have those private sales to someone they may not know, going to those FFLs and saying, hey, I don't know John Doe. We're selling, my over-under shotgun for duck hunting. Can we run a background check? And they'll do that process. If they do not do that and the person is a prohibited person, well, that person just committed a crime. So most reasonable and law-abiding gun owners are already utilizing that process. But by having this mandated process in place through universal background checks, it's blocking those typical transfers, adding a burden on law-abiding gun owners to go out and get that paperwork, find an FFL who will already handle those, which has already been discussed, that many will not because it's a burdensome process for them. It's an expensive time away from dealing with a customer where they could sell a firearm. And it'll make it very difficult for these individuals to transfer those firearms. The biggest issue here, though, really is that the Obama administration even said that universal background checks are ineffective without a gun registry. And a gun registry is already federally illegal. So to be able to do that and track these purchases, you would have to implement a gun registry nationwide. As already discussed, law-abiding citizens are going to follow this law, right? People like myself who follow the law. If this place was, I'm a Grant Stater. If this was put in place, I would follow the law. But 90% of firearm crimes are committed with firearms committed not through a regular purchase, but through stolen avenues through the black market. So again, criminals are not going to follow this law. They're not going to care that a UBC is in place that tells them that they can't private sell these. They're going to obtain the firearms. It's not going to stop crime and just further burden law-abiding citizens. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I'm always available for more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay, at this point, what I'm going to do, because it's now 4:45, we have a number of individuals that still would like to speak. So I want to make sure that everyone who signed up to speak has an opportunity to speak. We're going to do 3 minutes. Everyone will have 3 minutes. So it is important that you do not read the testimony that you have. These bills are not being exec today. So whatever you give us, we will have the opportunity to read. And so, we just want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. So, starting with Marcella Doobie. Is Marcella Doobie here? Okay, she had to leave. How about Kathleen Slover? Okay, please come up, Ms. Slover. And let me know when you're all set to start.
I'm ready to start.
Great.
My name is Kathleen Slover. I'm a member of Moms Demand Action. Moms Demand Action is a nonpartisan gun violence prevention advocacy group, but we consist of moms, dad, grandparents, doctors, teachers, veterans, and many of us are gun owners. We represent everyone across the state. I represent about hundreds of supporters that couldn't be here today. I'll just quickly cut to the chase. In 2019-ish, Governor Sununu, in my opinion, made a huge mistake by vetoing a similar bill that would have closed this loophole. I, along with supporters around the state, canvassed neighborhoods to get people to sign a petition for Governor Sununu not to veto this bill. Many people engaged with me in conversation, and everyone signed the petition. Hundreds of New Hampshire residents and voters signed the petition because they already thought this law existed. They all thought background checks were already conducted on all firearm sales. Fast forward to 2023, when a 25-year-old kid holding a handgun threatened to shoot up Portsmouth High School. He had an AR-15 rifle, a shotgun, body armor, ammunition, and other gear in his car. He posted a picture on social media, and if you had panned that picture up, you would have seen my child's classroom. He would have been the first line of defense for this kid if he decided to shoot up Portsmouth High School. That's my kid. I felt hopeless and helpless, and I also had this odd, weird feeling of responsibility. Like I had let my kid down, I had let my teachers down, because 5 years since I had canvassed the New Hampshire community where they all thought basic gun laws were in place already, nothing had changed in those 5 years, nothing. No increased waiting periods, no red flag law, no prohibition of guns on K through 12 schools, no state law requiring background checks. I felt responsible. What I get angry about is that we argue in here and we are putting teachers, children, everybody else in the front line. And I hope our legislature feels as responsible as I did that day. School was shut down the next day. We were terrorized. It was terrorism. Doing nothing is not an option. What kept PHS safe that day was pure dumb luck. We can't rely on luck to keep our communities safe. We must do anything and everything, no matter how big or how small, to keep our kids and our communities safe. Our lawmakers have the responsibility to enact a legislation that will do just that, and at the very least, put into law a measure that New Hampshire voters already think is law: background checks on all gun sales. Got it done in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, you had something written down. If you would like, please submit it to Matthew. As I said, I know 3 minutes is a short period of time, but we're not execing this today. So we will have plenty of time, and if a committee member would like to follow up with you, they should be able to do that.
No, I appreciate, I actually went off script and it allowed me to tell you how I felt. So I appreciate you, the 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. The chair is going to call Jay Simkin. Oh, did she sign up to speak? I don't think she has. I don't have her here.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee for hearing my testimony. I just want to follow up on some points made by others who seem to me, to be in error.
Thank you.
There's a Government Accountability Office report, number 18-440. It dates from September of 2018. It's a little dated, but it basically shows that those who lie to federally licensed dealers in order to get a firearm rarely are federally prosecuted. I'm quoting from memory, but of roughly 12,000 instances where FBI screeners referred matters to ATF for investigation, where it appeared that a lie had been told by a prospective purchaser to the dealer. The end result was there were 12 criminal prosecutions. The concept that is being urged upon you is that background checks somehow stop those prohibited from getting firearms. That GAO report, which I will submit, I didn't know that it would be needful, is pretty much proof that in recent years that the assumption is not sound. And therefore, the idea that background checks are somehow going to curb the lawless is simply not sound. With that, I'll happily take questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Simkin. Are there any questions for Mr. Simkin?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Simkin, I just have a quick question. I had asked the sponsor of the bill if she had reached out to any federal firearm dealers, and she said she hadn't. Do you think it would be appropriate to have that conversation with the federal firearms dealers to see what their thoughts are? Because you are the folks that are going to be tasked with an additional duty, quite frankly.
No, the answer is no, Madam Chairman, I won't, because I can decline a transaction even if I have a bad feeling about it. Someone came to me to receive a firearm that they bought online, and usually when two persons turn up and I don't know them, that's to me a yellow flag, because I can only run a background check on one of them. So it raises the possibility that this is what's called a straw man purchase, that the person on whom I can run the background check will pass, but the person who accompanies them is prohibited. I don't want that transaction. So that was the first yellow flag. Then I got a red flag as the fellow who wanted to take possession filled in the form 4473. There's a question, have you ever been committed for mental health treatment? That's a paraphrase. He checked yes. I said, transaction ends right here. The reason is I'm not going to run a background check because I reasonably believe that you may not be able to take possession of this firearm lawfully, and therefore you are not taking possession of it at all. He wasn't sure whether the commitment was voluntary or involuntary. I said, you need to get paperwork that shows which it was, because an involuntary commitment makes you prohibited. Voluntary commitment, maybe not. And I'll have to talk with counsel about that. My point being, when strangers turn up for a dealer, strangers meaning someone with whom the dealer has not transacted, it is inherently risky. I don't want that risk. As Chief Justice Lynn pointed out, I believe it was his comment, a single transposition of numbers in a firearm serial number in the dealer's records can be cause for license revocation. ATF has been weaponized. So therefore, these folks who claim to want to promote public safety expect dealers to take on risk to carry out essentially an anti-gun measure. I refer you in the testimony I submitted to the data for violent crime in New Hampshire. They have trended down since 2015. So all the Jeremiahs who said the shift to constitutional license-free carry will be bloodbath, wrong, did not happen. Whatever we are doing in New Hampshire in the realm of public safety seems to be working. We don't have data on violent crime yet for 2023. The year just ended. But I'm guessing it will be flat. If it declined during the pandemic, when nationally violent crime upspiked, we are doing something right here. And we should leave it alone. I understand suicide is an issue and it's sad. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the World Health Organization homepage for suicide, in most other countries, those who want to commit suicide use ropes and insecticides. They can't get those. And that simply ensures a long and painful death. Is that something we want to encourage here? The real measure that needs to be discussed is how do we address the needs of those who are suicidal. This bill isn't aimed at doing that, and it doesn't. But that's the real issue here. If suicide is far more common in New Hampshire than other places, and I have not looked at the data, we need to address that.
Thank you for answering my question. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Simpkin? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much for
Simpkin,
giving
I
me-
have J.R. Hall next. Do you have testimony?
I've read his testimony.
So
into the
you're all,
record, Madam
you're all
Chairman.
set. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you kindly. Stay well.
You too. Be careful out there. It's going to be pretty bad. Next, we're going to hear from Penny Dean. I just have to do this so it'll ring, and we'll get ready for the next one. Okay.
I just respectfully object as a matter of courtesy to those who happen to be called earlier, giving unlimited time, and those of us after being given 3 minutes.
So noted, Ms. Dean.
So I can tell you that I have talked to most of my dealer clients, and I've strongly recommended that every one of them pass up this wonderful business opportunity they're being given. I can't tell you of a dealer client who will be taking these transactions. It would be suicide to even consider it for a million reasons. Financial suicide, legal suicide, it just simply isn't worth it. So I can't tell you of a dealer that I represent that will be taking these under any circumstances. And I think what you're going to have is what they call in the ghettos a food desert. You're going to have an FFL transfer desert. You're not going to have dealers willing to take these transfers. When we look at the law itself, and I think the other thing that you want to think of is people will tell you the truth sometimes if you listen to them. We've heard this is a good first step. That means there's a second step to come, which is going down the road to gun registration and gun control. So I start first on page 1 of the bill, where we must start, if you will. And we look at line 30, and it says possessing a firearm pursuant to 18 U.S.C. or pursuant to state law. What state law? New Hampshire state law? Other states' laws? Because whether or not someone can own a firearm based on state law varies from state to state. That's a huge distinction. And you want these dealers to do research for each of the 50 states and figure that out? That's not reasonable. Next, if you go to page 2 and you look at lines 6 through 7, you're asking a dealer right there to risk having their license ripped right off the wall. It says, except that a seller may remove the firearm from the business premise of the licensed dealer, and it goes on. Once a firearm is logged in their bound book, which is what they're required to do under this, that firearm cannot leave the premises till a 4473 has been cleared. Period, paragraph. And I say again, with all due respect to the state, I don't think you can override federal law, and I don't think you can override federal administrative regulations. And I certainly know that, with all due respect, that you don't have permission to give the dealer to violate the federal law that he's agreed to. That's a problem for the dealer, one of the many reasons. The other thing is the ID check. When you've got people coming in and out and in and out, they're going to have to check them. If they leave, they come back. They're required to check their IDs each time, required to log them in. It would be a logistical nightmare for any dealer. The amount of labor they'd have with the system is off the chart. Next is judges and lawyers. When we read things, they say again and again and again, the legislature is thought to mean what it says and say what it means. But yet terms are used interchangeably and inconsistently. If you look at page 2, line 18, talks about if the transaction's not prohibited. Other language here talks about if they're not a prohibited person or if they're approved. That's not how the language is consistent throughout here. The way it works is if a person receives a proceed or a deny is the way the gun line works, the way NICS works, the way everyone works. But when you say the transaction's not proceeded, there's a problem with that. And I understand you want me to stop, but the last thing I'd like to say, and I did have a lot more to say, but I understand your rule, is that, and we just heard about this today, and I thought, man, point made. On page 2, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to require or authorize any state, county, or local law enforcement agency to establish or maintain a registry of firearms sold or transferred in accordance with this chapter. But nothing says it prohibits it. And we're going to see the same thing happen in here that we had where the police chief says, nothing says I have to sign my name. So you're going to see a lot of cutesy law enforcement officers and agencies doing what they have done in the past in this state. Doesn't say I can't. So we're going to see, in addition to all the other problems that I could set up, and also there's federal penalties if you sell a gun to a prohibited person right now. I could go through at least 20 laws that prohibit selling guns to prohibited people. So I understand and respect your 3-minute rule, ma'am, or Senator, but there's a whole lot more wrong with this bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dean. Are there any questions for Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, I am going to make a request of you because I know that you are a gun right attorney here in the state of New Hampshire. If you can write something up for us, would you be able to do that and submit it? As I said to the others, that we are not going to be execing this today. If you have something that you would like to, written testimony you would like to submit to us, because I think you, and I agree, I think you have a lot more to say about this, but in your position as a gun rights attorney and based upon your expertise, I think the information that you would have, but to have it written would be very helpful for the record, if you're willing to do that.
So what would be the deadline? Because I don't want to say I can do something that I can't.
I don't know, maybe a week, week and a half, 2 weeks?
I will try. It depends on how long another representative who I made an obligation to do something that takes. I want to do this, so don't think I don't. But if I can do it, I want to do a good job.
Okay, I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Next, we're going to go to Rachel Laramie. Laramie, okay. Oh, thank you. She's got a lot of information. That's good. We're almost done. There's 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for staying so you can hear what I have to say. My name is Dr. Rachel Laramie. I represent the New Hampshire Pediatric Society today, which is part of the American Academy of Pediatrics and part of the New Hampshire Medical Society. And I strongly support the passage of gun safety legislation that sits before you today, both 577 and 571. I want and I want this to pass to decrease the effect that gun violence has on our children and youth, which hasn't really been brought up today. I am a mother of 2 teenagers who are born and raised in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. They attended the Portsmouth schools. They have been through numerous ALICE drills to prepare for possible active shooters. Last year, there was a young man sitting in the parking lot of Portsmouth High School with a car full of firearms and ammunition, threatening to shoot the school up. We were lucky the FBI knew about this and stopped it. My daughter graduated from Portsmouth High School in June, and during her first semester at college, she was in lockdown for 4 hours because of an active shooter on campus. 2 weeks later, she witnessed an angry man pull out a gun and threaten to kill a worker at the student union. She was so close to it that the FBI asked her for an identification of the shooter. Those were 2 phone calls that no parent ever wants to get. I am also a pediatrician, and I am currently working in Dover, New Hampshire, and I've been there for 28 years. But I was born and raised in the North Country of this state, and I'm very familiar with gun owners. I have family who own guns. I have family who are avid hunters, and they support these gun laws. It is very clear to me from my experience as a pediatrician and a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics that the number of injuries and deaths from gun violence needs to be addressed. According to the CDC and the AAP, gun violence is a public health crisis. I disagree with the NRA rep who spoke earlier and said there are no studies that show that these laws decrease gun violence. Yes, they do, and I have the articles. I can't go through it all, but I would like you to read them. I highlighted them for you, so you don't have to read all the stuff you don't want to read. In addition to the victims who die by gun violence, there are collateral victims as well. The families, the friends, the classmates of the victim who have to endure ongoing emotional suffering from their loss. Think of the mother who spoke earlier today. I have seen a growing number of children and adolescents in my practice who suffer from PTSD, anxiety, and depression because of their losses. And what about the families of the person who fired that gun? They suffer as well. I have seen children die from being born too early, children die from cancer, and children die from infectious diseases. My colleagues and I work very hard every day to prevent those deaths. The best way to prevent death by gun violence in this state is to enact stricter gun laws, and I strongly urge you to think of children and teens when you vote on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the doctor?
Sorry.
Okay. Seeing none. Just quickly, you gave us this. Is this a link to the article?
Yes, and I gave him a full copy. If you don't want to do that technology, my daughter helped me. If you don't want to use that technology, he has the printouts and it's all highlighted for you.
Terrific.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Okay, and next we're going to go to Deborah Bernaccia. Could you please come forward and give it to Mr. Schulze? That way we will get copies of it. Thank you. Next, we have Sean Fife.
I'm Sean Fife again. Where to start?
Yep.
Gun registries, that's what this leads to. You're going to gouge farmers who are already barely making it, and they need these firearms on their farms. Not to mention, say if their gun safe doesn't open, or say if they're going through divorce and all that's confiscated, any number of reasons, you can think of all these scenarios. People have to be able to acquire a firearm at least for a farm, just for their livelihood. I have the issue myself. I am a farmer. I have coy dogs tearing up my stock. It's how I keep them from killing my livelihood.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to move on because it's time limited. In Colorado, that's where my kids are. I was told to put a restraining order on my wife. I did not because it seemed cruel and unusual the way those are handled. She found the thing in the closet, filled it out against me. And so I wasn't allowed to talk to her and my children because we didn't have court yet. Court finally came. They dropped it on me, on the kids, but erring on the side of caution, they left it on my wife. So when my wife had my children shooting firearms with her drug dealing boyfriend, they called me, told me they'd done that. I texted on the phone that I provide my children to talk to them. Please don't let our children shoot firearms with people I don't know. And so I went to jail. So I can never have custody of my children ever again. And so if you pass this law, I won't be able to get a gun myself. Now, when this country wasn't a country, people landed on our shores. Paul Revere goes riding, hollering, everybody, here comes the British. They handed out 100 pounds of powder and 2,000 balls. It was a pound of powder and 20 balls for the first 100 men that showed up. Do you think that they had head checks? No. Now, what about our military? All the PSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, PSD, right?
Mm-hmm.
You going to make it so all our military can't purchase firearms? You think this one through, all the way through. Please. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Fife. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Lorraine Whittington.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Ms. Whittington.
Thanks for waiting so long. My name is Lorraine Whittington. I'm a resident of Durham, New Hampshire. I'm here today to urge passage of SB 571, which calls for background checks for all gun sales in New Hampshire. Many people assume that New Hampshire has background checks in place that universally screen out anyone who is deemed unfit to own a gun. The reality is we don't. We rely on federal background checks that only apply to gun sales by licensed gun dealers. Meanwhile, on-sale gun sales and other private sales outlets allow former felons, domestic abusers, the whole run, to turn to another source for purchase of a gun. And sometimes in as little as 10 minutes after being turned down by a licensed gun seller. This is not a gun control law. This is a people control law. It's a law to control which people are legally allowed to own a gun. Online gun sales in particular are growing at an alarming rate. The guns outlet Arms List is the largest online gun seller in the U.S. shows New Hampshire is #1 advertiser for those seeking to purchase an AR-style rifle or handgun. So who are these law-abiding gun purchasers that want to purchase a gun without a gun background check? Pew Research study across 3 states showed 1 in 9 Arms List purchasers would not have passed a federal background check. While it's not hard to imagine why those who risk violating parole conditions or planning impulsive acts of violence to themselves or others need to avoid background checks, it's very hard to imagine why law-abiding, responsible gun owner would object to doing this. It's also hard for me to reckon why this state, with a proud record of enforcing law and order, maintaining the peace and safety among its citizens, is consistently unwilling to close this loophole and pass a universal background check for all gun sales, an action that simply screens out gun sales to those people whose public record would prohibit purchase anywhere else, an action that has by the way, an 80 to 90% bipartisan support, according to another Pew Research study. I'm here to ask for a change in our laws, really kind of demanding it, that reflects the increasing public interest for gun sense legislation that promotes safety and responsible gun sales. For these reasons, I'm demanding this legislature recognize the reality that most citizens know what I do, that guns do not belong in the hands of those who cannot pass a federal background check, and that universal background checks save lives. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other member of the public who would like to speak to Senate Bill 571? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you all for being with us this afternoon.
You kept looking up. I think it's coming. Sharon, when's the rain coming?
They said we're gonna start around 5.